Good swimming to all those girls in the race. Stoltz coming in third with a 3:00:33. Heat 3 of the girls 200 backstroke. In lane 3, we have Ruby Groska with Fishmark. In lane 4, Eva Mosley from Salt Lake Swimming. And in lane 5, Juliet Nilsson.
Lane 4, Eva Mosley, and lane 5, Juliet Nilsson.
Sorry, excuse me. Eva Mosley swims for Salt Lake Legends. Awesome, Mike. Off on the first 50, it's looking like it's going to be Groska with the first 50 with a 42.61 out with a strong start. Fall closely behind with Mosley and Nilsson in third. And Groska extending her lead over Mosley and Nilsson. Looking really strong. Nilsson hanging on just behind Mosley. We'll see what happens here at the halfway mark. Groska's going to split with a 1:29.55, 46.94 with a 50 split. And then Mosley right behind 1:34.02, and then Nilsson with 1:35.09. Really close, those two. Groska, though, out in front with a commanding lead, about body length and a half. Looking really strong. And with the last 50, 20:18.85, and Mosley with a 2:22.49, and Nilsson with a 2:25.41. It's looking like Groska's going to finish strong and win this race. Oh, but Mosley's catching up. It's personal best for Maudsley and for Nilsson and Groska. Great swimming, girls. Up next, we have event 8 of the boys, 11:12, 200 backstroke. We have 2 heats of this event. And this will be time final, so this is a championship final. And we'll just count them off as we're getting announced. In lane 1, we have Blake Fleisch from Cottonwood. In lane 2, we have Truman Hale from Skyline Swim Club, my bad. Lane 3, Holland Holmes from Haste. Lane 4, Chrysander Luris from Olympus Aquatics. And lane 5, Mason Cadman from Park City. Lane 6, Ole Olson from Park City. And lane 7, Kai Payne from Lehigh. And in lane 8, Matthias Trazcafino from Chat. Should be a good race. The number 1 seed, Chrysander from Olympus Aquatics, with Mason and Holland on either side of him. We'll see if they can push him through this race. And we're off. Coming up first with a fast stroke rate is Luris and Holmes, both pushing out ahead, with Cadman on the other side of Luris, all with very high tempos and a strong kick, looking really good this first 25 meters along. We'll see what they split here at the 50. Sanders splitting a time with a 35.91 ahead of Holmes and Cadman by about 2 seconds. He's extending his lead, powerful stroke, looking really good. Holmes right behind him at his feet, and then Cadman out here in third. Except for it's really tight right now. It's a race for second, really. Oh, Cadman's is passing up Holmes. But Chrysander with a commanding lead already. Coming into the halfway mark, he's going to flip at a 14:46. Swing a 38.55, looking really strong. Pushing ahead of the field. Cadman hitting second, and then Holmes hitting third. Cadman creating a little separation between Holmes and Payne in lane 7 catching up, along with Hale and Fleisch in lane 1 and 2. Coming into this last 50, Chrysander hitting with a 154.88, commanding lead. Let's see what he can finish with. Behind him is Cadman with a 2:02.31. And then third, it's close. It's Holmes and Payne. Along with Fleisch and Hale in lane 1 and 2. It's going to be a race for third. We'll see what happens, but Chrysander with a commanding lead. It's going to come down with a quick time. Chrysander Luris winning his state title on the 200 backstroke with a time of 2:33.99. Personal drop of about 4 seconds. Good job, Chrysander. Finishing second, we have Cadman with a 2:43.48. And it's a race for third. There's so many contenders. But pushing ahead, it's looking like Holmes. And Holmes finishing third with a time of 2:51.67. And Fleisch finishing fourth with 2:52.69. Good work, boys. Up next, we have Heat 2 of the boys' 200 backstroke. Second and final heat. In lane 1, we have Tanner Barr from Fish Market. In lane 2, we have Lincoln Dreamland from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 3, Vikram Nair from Olympus Aquatics. And in lane 4, Jaden Liu from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Benson Nemeth from Fish Market. Lane 6, Hudson Gilbert from Haste. Lane 7, Trevor Barr from Fish Market. And in lane 8, William Mitchell from Kearns. Off on this first 50, it's looking like we have Nair in 3. It's a good lead. He's going to flip at a 40.63. Fall closer behind with Barr and Mitchell in lane 7 and 8. Nair in lane 3 with a nice lead. Lou just behind him, hanging around at his feet. And then third, right here in lane 8, is Mitchell. Flipping first, though, at the halfway mark is Nair with a 124.24. And in lane 4, Jaden Liu with a 126.05. Both boys looking really smooth through this halfway mark. But it's a race for third. We got Mitchell Barr and Dreamland in lane 2. Lou gaining a little bit of ground on there. Let's see if he can make a move this last 50 to win this heat. Coming into the 150, it's going to be Nair with a 1:10.16 and Lou with a 2:10.65. It's a tight race for first right now. We'll see who comes out on top. For third, we have Dreeland in lane 2 with Barr in lane 7 right behind him. It's looking like Lou's overtaking Nair, though, increasing his tempo and increasing the size of his kick, looking really strong, gaining almost a body length lead. Lou's looking really strong. Pushing ahead, he's doing great with Nair in second, and in third, looking like Gilbert now. But Lou touching first with a 252.94. Nair coming in second with a 256.74. And coming in third, it's going to be Gilbert with a 304.25. Good work, boys. Good swimming. Up next, we have event 9. Girls 10 and under 200-meter freestyle. And this is a championship final. We have 2 heats of this.
All right. This is event 9, girls 10 and under 200-meter freestyle. This is our championship heat. In lane 1, we have Taylor Jenkins from Lifetime Swim.
Our championship final. Let's see, we've got.
Lane 3, Libby Rose from Utah Valley.
In lane 1, we have Tenley Jenkins from Lifetime Swim. In lane 2, we have Savannah Eldridge from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 3, Millie Rowe from UV Rays. Lane 4, Sarah Turnbow from Fish Market. Lane 5, Haven Weinberg from Park City. Lane 6, Naomi Parsimony from Tooele. Lane 7, Haley Savage from Haste. And in lane 8, Phoebe Campbell from Park City. Haley Savage, that's a cool name. Let's see, our number 1 seed, though, is Sarah Turnbow. Right behind her is Haven Weinberg, though. We'll see if she can hold on and have a good race today. And we're off. Coming out first on this first little part right here is Haley Savage. She's a little savage for that start right there. Very powerful, good stroke. High tempo coming in through this first 50. Let's see if she can hold on. Looking really strong, though. Right behind her, it's looking like Turnbow in lane 4, though. Flipping first is going to be Savage, followed closely behind with Turnbow. And then in third, we're going to have Parsimino or Naomi. But coming out on top right now is Sarah Turnbow, getting a commanding lead, almost a body length over Weinberg, who's closest to her. She's going to flip with a time of 1:25.03. And Weinberg right behind her with a 1:27.50, and Naomi with a 1:29.43 in third. Still with the lead is Turnbow. But Naomi's catching up just a little bit. She's catching up on the edge of Turnbow. Going into this final 50, Turnbow's going to be flipping first with a time of 2:15.19. Weinberg right behind with a 2:17.13. And third, we're going to have still Naomi. Turnbow looking good. Weinberg picking up the tempo slightly. But Turnbow still maintaining the lead. Looking strong. It's a race for third. Savannah Elridge from Olympus Aquatic actually here in first. Weinberg is making a move on Turnbow in these last few meters. It's coming underneath the flags. It's going to be close. It's going to be Turnbow with the win. A soft touch from Weinberg. Turnbow with the win with a 3:01.73. Turnbow's time is not correct. Probably a 3:01.8, 3:01.75, really close. And finishing third, we have Savannah Eldred. I don't know. I didn't say who was there actually. Yeah. Up next, we have Heat 2 of the girls 10 and under 200 freestyle. In lane 3, we have Evelyn Watkins from South Davis Aquatics. Lane 4, Athena Kurds from Fish Market. And in lane 5, Capri Williams from Haste. Out on the start, it's looking like Capri Williams with a nice lead. Curtis and Watkins right behind her, though. Look at the first 50. Watkins with the lead. Watkins with the lead now. Curtis right behind her. Curtis and Williams are actually hanging right next to each other. Watkins looking good though. It's anyone's race right now. Coming to the halfway mark. Williams picking it back up. Reclaiming the lead from Watkins. And coming to this halfway mark, it's going to be tight. All three of these girls really close to each other. But Williams touching first with a, the time's not hitting. But Watkins, or Curtis technically with a 136.12. Watkins coming in second with 136.21. Williams is having a really soft touch on her flip turns. It's not activating the sensor. All three of these girls really tight together, really close. Flipping first, though, is going to be Curtis with a 2:30.58. Both girls really close on either side. It's going to be a tie race on the fish. Williams picking up the tempo, increasing her kick and her tempo. Turning on the jets. Williams claiming a slight lead over Curtis and Watkins. And Williams with the finish. finishing at a time of 3:18.69, and Curtis finishes second with 3:19.58, and Watkins with a time of 3:20.73, if I had to guess. Soft touch. Up next, we have event 10, the boys 200 freestyle. This is also a final. We have 3 heats of this, but in lane 1, in our first heat, in lane 1, we have Liam Knutson from UV Rays. In lane 2, we have Henry Woodwall from Cedar. Lane 3, we have Cash Rowe from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 4, Samuel Adams from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Keon Sonamuro from UV Rays. Lane 6, Corbin Caballero Scott from Kearns. Lane 7, Maxwell Shields from Pirate Swim Club. And in lane 8, Richard Ricardo Romero from West Valley Aquatics. Number 1 seed, Samuel Adams with Olympus Aquatics with a time of 2:50.06. See if you can best that time today. And lane 5 and 3 on either side, Cash and Keon. And we're off with our championship final. The boys 200 freestyle. With the start up in lane 1 is Knutson with the Rays, but coming up strong is Rowe and Adams from Olympus. Both these boys looking good through the first 50, but touching first is going to be Rowe, 35.16. Right behind him is Adams, 35.96, and third to Knutson. Rowe gaining a quick lead over Adams, increasing his stroke rate, his tempo, his kick, looking really strong. Nice high shoulders, high in the water. Quick breath. Adams quick behind in second, and then third, Knutson. So coming in first to this halfway mark is Rowe with a 1:13.37. Looking really good. Adams right behind him with a 1:17.08. But Rowe gaining a commanding lead. And Knutson in third with a 1:21.76. And touching at the 150 is Rowe with a 154.21, looking really solid. A huge lead over the rest of the field. Coming on strong, he's increasing his stroke rate. Feeling the burn just a little bit, but looking really good. Adams right behind him is looking like Olympus is going to go 1-2 in this race. With Knutson probably in third, but Keon and Corbin battling right here. Might be coming up on Knutson, but touching first is Rowe with a 2:32.75. Best time, 18-second drop. Amazing. Or actually, no, more than that. Wow, that's almost a 25-second drop from Rowe. Great swim. In second, though, is Adams. The soft touch, didn't register. And in third, Knutson with a 2:54.86. Good swimming, boys. Good swimming, boys. Up next, we have Heat 2, the boys 200 freestyle. In lane 1, we have, actually I'll announce once they start this. In lane 1, we have Jonathan Nelson from UV Rays. In lane 2, we have Oliver Cordero with UV Rays as well. In lane 3, Ivan McCallison with Haste. In lane 4, Samuel Bywater with South Davis. Lane 5, Axel Peterson with, well, the Water Dragons. Lane 6, Sawyer Smith with Cottonwood. Lane 7, Jonah Karp with the Jellyfish. And lane 8, Jake Wolf with Park City. Out in this first 50, it's Bywater with 38.52, looking really good. About a body length lead over Peterson right next to him. But coming up out here on the outside is Karp in lane 7, trying to take the lead. Looking really strong with the Jellyfish. Coming in first in this halfway mark is going to be Bywater with a 125.59. Right behind him is Karp, 126.36, and Peterson with a 127.85. Bywater reclaiming his slight lead over the rest of the competition. Karp holding on slowly or closely behind him. Not slowly, they're both, all these boys are moving quick. Coming into this last 50 at the 150 mark, we're going to have Bywater hitting first with a 211.62, and second, Karp with a 215.35, and right behind him is Peterson with a 216.37. But Bywater coming down this home stretch, extending his lead. And touching first is Bywater with a 256.53. That's a personal best by 14 seconds. And then Karp with a 301.73. Finishing right behind him is Peterson with a 301.86. Tight finish between those two boys for second and third. Up next we have, after this race, actually we've got to finish. Up next, this is Heat 3, the boys 200-meter freestyle. In lane 3, we have Tavita Kozlowski from Lifetime. Lane 4, we have Liam Glancy from Kearns. Lane 5, Winston Chase from UV Rays. And lane 6, Jax Johnson from Clearfield Aquatics. Up on this first 50, it's going to be Kozlowski with a 40.12. 5-second lead above Chase, who's right behind him, and Johnson. Kozlowski coming into the 100 mark with a commanding lead, multiple body length lead. He's going to flip at a time of 1:28.29, pushing off. Coming in second right behind him, Chase and Johnson right next to each other. Ooh, it's going to be tight between those two boys. 37 and 38, and then touching fourth is Glancy. 1:44.717. Coming down this home stretch, it's Kozlowski touching the 150 mark with a 2:19.35. It's looking like he's going to have a great swim. Coming right behind him in second is Johnson in lane 6. But finishing all the way to the wall is Kozlowski, and he's going to touch with a time of 3:07.18 is what it looked like when he touched, a soft touch. That's a best time by about 19 seconds. No, wait. 23 seconds, my bad. Johnson finishing second with a 3:20.23. And then Chase with a time of 3:26.43, and Glancy fourth. Up next we have event 11, the girls 11-12 200 freestyle. This is not a timed final. In lane 1, we have Nora Jorgensen with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 2, Isabel Fenwick from South Davis. Lane 3, Avery Smith from Haste. Lane 4, Jack Rona from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Elizabeth Jamerson from Fish Market. Lane 6, Elodie DuPont from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 7, Samantha Cumming. And in lane 8, Emma Glancy from Kearns. This first 50 is looking like Jackie with the lead with a 33.19, blazing first 50 with a smooth stroke. Right behind her is Smith. Coming in the halfway mark, it's Jackie Rona with a 1:10.87, followed by closely behind with Jamerson with a 1:13.95, and Smith with a 1:14.67. Jackie's extending her lead, but DuPont is making a move on Jamerson and Smith for second. It's going to be a tight race between those three. But Rona with a solid lead over the rest of the competition, flips for the last 50 at 1:49.55. Let's see what she can come home in. She has the best time of 2:24. Coming off that wall, it looks like Jamerson with a solid second place position. Right behind her is Smith and DuPont. Coming into the finish, we have Jackie Rona, and she's going to touch with a time of 2:27.14. Solid swim for prelims. Coming in second, we got Jamerson with a 231.40. And in third, it's going to be DuPont, barely out-splitting Smith with a 235.41. Good swimming, girls. Up next, we have Heat 2 of the girls 200 freestyle. 11-12. In lane 1, we have Ella Wood with Fish Market. In lane 2, Kashia McKay from Park City. In lane 3, Simone Caladino from Cache Valley. In lane 4, Adelaide Wiener from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Elizabeth Christensen from UV Rays. Lane 6, Anna Sean from West Valley Aquatics. West Valley Aquatics. Lane 7, Lainey Thatcher from Fish Market. And in 8, Giselle Zapping from Race Swamming. This first 50 is looking like Wiener with a 33.53 from Olympus. Solid opening split, and McKay from Park City right behind her with 34.82. Flipping first is Wiener with a 1:11.26. Closely behind her is McKay with a 1:14.52. But Wiener with a commanding lead over the rest of the field. But the race for second and third is very tight. McKay and Christensen and Kalindo. But in this last 50, Wiener hitting the wall with a 1:48.65. Right behind her, McKay and Christensen. But Wiener all the way. Swimming strong. Smooth finish to the wall. She's going to touch with a time of 2:25.19 with the fastest swim this morning and a personal best. Congratulations, Adelaide. But coming in second, we're going to have McKay barely out touching Christensen. Both got 2:36. McKay with a 69 and Christensen with a 78. Heat 3 of the girls 200 freestyle. In lane 1, we have Quinn Wendt from Mac. Lane 2, Peyton Hansen from Fish Market. Lane 3, Catherine Cluse from Chap. Lane 4, Addison Baker from Fish Market. Lane 5, Mace Murray from UV Rays. Lane 6, Vivienne Benton from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 7, Faye Wimmer from UV Rays. And in lane 8, Reagan Lister from Fish Market. Coming in this first 50, it looks like Baker with a 34.30. A solid opening 50. looking really smooth with their stroke. About a body length over Cluse. Baker coming in this 100 mark with a solid lead. And Murray on the other side of her, though, giving Cluse a solid challenge. Baker coming in with a 1:12.35. And right behind her, Cluse and Murray. Cluse with a 1:14, Murray with a 1:15. Baker still with a solid lead. Lane 6, Benton might look like she might be making a move on Murray, though. Picking up the tempo and the kick a little bit. Coming to this last 50, it's Baker with a 1:51.47. Murray and Benton and Cluse. Looking like Cluse with a solid second place finish, or second place standing right now. And then Murray and Benton. 200 freestyle is an interesting race, though, in the sense that it's kind of a sprint, but it's also a little bit longer, so it's kind of a long sprint. It's a challenging race, but these girls are doing great. Baker touching the wall with a 2:28.90. That puts her at the third fastest time this morning. Cluse finishing second with a 2:33, and Murray with a 2:36.15. Up next, we have Heat 4 of the girls 200 freestyle. In lane 1, we have Alicia Zhang from Cache Valley. Lane 2, Violet Whipple from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 3, Colette Hall from Piranha Swim. Lane 4, Megan Rock from Kearns. Lane 5, Heidi Moser from Chat. Lane 6, Mia Mori from South Davis. And lane 7, Nova Ann from Lifetime Swim. This first 50 coming out first is Rock. Right behind her, though, is Maury, 35.59, 35.80. Those two are out with the fastest split. Maury coming into this 100 mark with a slight lead over Rock. They flip, and she's going to go 116.76 and Rock with 118.46. Maury is breathing away from Rock, and Rock is breathing to both sides, so she has an eye on the entire competition. Oh, wait, Maury is too. Never mind, I lied. Breathing to both sides is advantageous, or allows for a more equal stroke, but at the same time, you're allowed to see your competitors on either side of you. I'm a swimmer personally, and I only breathe to one side, so I'm kind of hindered in that sense, that I can only see the swimmer if they're on my right side. But Maury coming into the wall with a 159.65, and Moser and Rock really close together with 204s. Coming down to these last 15 meters, Maury's looking really good. Strong stroke. Right behind her is Moser. And then Rock and Hall right next to each other. But touching first is Maury with a 242.98. Moser right behind her with 245.94. And finishing third is going to be, Hall barely out touching Rock with a 250.82. Great swimming, girls. Up next, we have event 12, the boys 11-12, 200-meter freestyle. In lane one, we have Tristan Cheney from Cedar Swim Club. In lane two, we have Tyson Beeman from Olympus Aquatics. Lane three, Jack Frank from Olympus Aquatics. Lane four, Jet Hatcher from Olympus Aquatics. Lane five, Drake Merrill from Olympus Aquatics. And lane six, Stockton Satterwhite from Fish Market. And lane seven, Jack Pearson from Haste. A lot of Olympus Aquatics in this heat. Touching first, his first 50 is Jet with a 30.71. Solid over his competitors. Merrill with a 34.13 right behind him. Jet Hatcher with a nice long stroke coming into this first 100. He's going to flip at a 105.93 with a commanding lead, looking really strong in this first 100. Right behind him, though, is Drake Merrill with a 111.92. Curious to what the state record is in this event. Jet coming into this last 50 with a major lead over the rest of the competition with a 142.88 with a 50 split of 36.95. Looking really good. Right behind him is Merrill with a 151.1. But it's Hatcher. Increasing the tempo, increasing the kick. Let's try and keep him in frame with the rest of everyone. Sorry, he's taking up a little bit more room than we expected. Jet's going to finish with a time of 2:15.93, the personal best. A 3-second dropout. Coming right behind him is Drake Merrill, and he's going to touch with a time of 2:29.71. And in lane 6, Satterwhite looking like he's going to touch third with a time of 2:39.30. Good work, boys. Up next, we have Heat 2 of the boys 200 freestyle. Oh. Both jump in. Usually, if you jump in with your feet, you will not be disqualified.
Excuse me, please be quiet for the start. Be quiet at the start so that the swimmers can hear the starter. Please be quiet for the start. Thank you.
And we're off. Heat 2 of the boys 200 freestyle. In lane 1, we have Riker Densley from Kearns. Lane 2, Everett Venner from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 3, Ole Olson from Park City. Lane 4, Mason Cadman from Park City. Lane 5, Ezekiel Shannon from West Valley Aquatics. Lane 6, Cole Glissmeyer from South Davis. And lane 7, Brady Johnson from Fish Market. Coming into this first 50, it's looking like Cadman with a strong lead of 33.73. And right behind him is Glissmeyer with a 34.96. Cadman striking out with an early lead over the rest of the competition. Coming into this first 100, the halfway mark, it's Cadman with a 111.51 and Shannon with a 115.88. Glissmeyer right behind him with a 117.37. Cadman with a commanding lead. Glissmeyer pushing Shannon up on his right. We'll see what happens there on the final 50. My bad. It's Cadman with the lead. 150.74 to the feet, 39.23 with the 50 split. And behind him you got Shannon and Glissmeyer. Coming in these last 5 meters, Cadman pushing, putting his head down, finishing strong to the wall. He's going to touch with a time of 2:28.34. It's personal best by about a second. Good work, Mason. Finishing second, it's Shannon with a 2:38.16. Finishing third, ooh, it was tight. It's Glissmeyer with a 2:44.06. And Olson right behind him. Up next, we have Heat 3 of the boys 200-meter freestyle. And we're off. Mason White in lane 2 with Tooele. Lane 3, William Mitchell from Kearns. Lane 4, Aaron Adams from Chat. Lane 5, Matthias Terres Cafino from Chat. Lane 6, Holland Holmes from Haste. And lane 7, Gabriel Rojas from Lifetime Swim. Coming through this first 50, it's pretty tight, but it's Mitchell with the lead. Right behind him is Holmes. Actually, no, it's Adams and then Holmes. Tight field, this one. This is the third and final heat of this event. Adams pushing up on Mitchell, having a slight lead over him. Third of violent lead. And Holmes in lane 6 pushing up as well. Coming into this halfway mark, though, it's going to be Adams with a 1:15.75. Mitchell right behind with a 1:16.27. Ooh, Mitchell coming up a little harder on a good turn for Mitchell. He's breathing away from him, though. Tricky for him to see him. While Adams is looking to both sides, keeping an eye on the field, making sure no one passes him. Adams flipping with a time of 1:56.82. Mitchell right behind with a 1:59.46. Ooh! And who is that? Matthias and Holland coming in tight for the third. It's going to be a race down to the finish for those two. Okay, Adams with a strong finish. But Holmes and Matthias coming in tight, along with Mitchell in lane 3. Mitchell with a slight lead. I think he's going to touch second. Ooh! But Matthias and Holmes, 240 and 241. And Mitchell is second. Mitchell touching second, and Holmes touching third. Up next, we have event 13, girls 13-14, 200-meter freestyle. We have 7 heats of this race. In lane 1, we have Simone Turcotte swing with Fish Market. In lane 2, Evelyn Power swing with Chat. Lane 3, Maggie Harris swing with Fish Market. Lane 4, Ella Fuller swing with Sousa. Lane 5, Ava Carpenter swing with Sousa as well. Lane 6, Cassidy Long swing with UV Rays. Lane 7, Briley Jensen swing with UV Rays. And lane 8, Catherine Egger swing with the Swim Legends. Out on this first 50, it's Fuller touching with hitting the wall at a time of 30.43. It's a quick opening 50. Good turn on that wall. Push it off nice and strong ahead of the rest of the field. Nice stroke. Solid breathing pattern of breathing about every 5 strokes. Switching up to 3 every now and then. It's Fuller coming in through this first 50. Hitting with a 104.57, 34.14 with the 50 split. Carpenter with a 106.82 and 106.94. Fuller coming in this last 50, hitting the wall with a 140.22, 35.65 with the 50 split. And Carpenter and Long right behind her. But Fuller with the commanding lead, looking really good. Kind of looks easy, but don't be mistaken. She's working really hard right now. But she makes it look easy. She's going so fast and smooth. And then Carpenter right behind her, picking up the tempo, increasing the kick size, and then Long right behind her. But Fuller coming under the flash, she's going to touch first with a time of 2:15.75. That's a personal best, but barely. 0.04 drop still. Personal best still. Great for a prelim swim. And then Carpenter coming with a 2:19 and Long in third. Up next, we got Heat 2, girls 200 freestyle. And we're off. In lane 1, we have Ella Limback with Park City. Lane 2, Samantha Sharifi with Sousa. Lane 3 is Stella Burnett with Cache Valley. Lane 4, Jennifer Laboucheng with Chat. Lane 5, Emma Stalkis with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 6, Vita Barney with Chat. Lane 7, Eloise Carpenter with Cache Valley. And lane 8, Elena Simpsons with Haste. Coming through this first 50, it's looking like Bauchane? Sorry, I'm probably butchering this last name, but, Bauchane, that's what I'm going to go with. Staskis from Olympus coming up a little bit ahead of Labouchang, coming to this halfway mark. We'll see if she can hold on to the lead. She's going to flip with a time of 107 flat, 02, and Labouchang with 107.45, so neck and neck, really close. Staskis is breathing away from her right now. Labouchang is keeping an eye on her, though. Staskis will get a breathe towards her on the last 50, and we'll be able to see her. Staskis increasing her lead with a 143.02 over Labouchang with a 144.81. Looking really good. Emma Staskis is going to touch the wall first with a 2:19.93. Right on her, really close to her best. Great prelim swim. Finishing second is Labouchang. And third is Burnett with a 2:26.28. Up next, we have Heat 3 of the girls 200 freestyle. And we're off. Lane 1, we have Lillian Oscarson from Swim Legends. Lane 2, Tessa Reichner from UV Rays. Lane 3, Kylie Johnson with Fish Market. Lane 4, Berkeley Hansen with Fish Market as well. Lane 5, Ollie Luane from UV Rays. Lane 6, Cameron Tanton from UV Rays. Lane 7, Darcy Smith from Lehigh. And in Lane 8, Aniston Kennard with Haste. Coming through this first 50, it's looking like Hansen's going to flip her. Actually, no, it's Reichner in lane 2. Actually, I lied. Luane, lane 5. I wasn't even close. But right behind her is Reichner, and then Hansen in 4. Lane coming through this first 100 with a slight lead over Hansen. She's going to flip at the halfway mark with a 106.81. Hansen with a 107.32, half-second difference. Ooh, but Hansen had a good turn. She got a great underwater. She popped up almost even with Luane. But the Luane picking up the tempo, increasing her lead. It's about half body length lead over Hansen. Luane hitting the wall through the feet with a 142.07. Hansen with a 143.27. About a second lead. Oh, Hansen picking it up right there on Luane's hip. But Luane holding strong. These last 15 meters, increasing the tempo of the kick. And third, it's looking like Johnson out in lane 3. Coming under the flags, it's Luane touching the wall first with a time of 2:17.53, and Hansen coming second with a 2:18.39. That is a best time for Luane by about 4 seconds, so congratulations, Luane. Coming in third is Smith with 2:26.06. Up next, we have Heat 4 of the girls' 200 freestyle. And we're off. In lane 1, we have Eva Muller with not Cache Valley. Clearfield City Aquatics, my bad. Lane 2, Afton Jones with UV Rays. Lane 3, Hannah Turnbow with Fish Market. Lane 4, Jane Elder with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Scarlett Matthews with Wasatch Swim Club. Lane 6, Brindley Daniels with Lehigh. And Lane 7, Molly Thatcher with Fish Market. And in lane 8, Megan Dillon with Park City. In this first 50, it's looking like Elder in lane 4 with Olympus. Actually, it's Muller in lane 1 with the outside smoke. Pushing up strong with Clearfield. Hopefully she can hold on to her lead that she's gained out so quickly on these first half of the race. Elder, Matthews, and Turnbow all holding together pretty strong. Coming through this first 100, though, is going to be Muller with a 1:10.09. About 2 seconds ahead of the next closest person, which is Matthews, followed by Elder. Matthews gaining a slight lead over Elder. And Muller still with the lead out in first. But Matthews catching up quickly. Still in first is Muller with a 1:52.53. Matthews right behind her, though. Actually, Elder right behind her with a 1:52.07, and then Matthews with 1:52.18. Elder coming home with a strong last 50, claims the lead from Muller. Matthews right up alongside her, is trying to push her. Oh, it's going to be tight. Coming to these last 50 meters, they're neck and neck. They're pushing each other. Elder has an eye on Matthews. She's breathing towards her, but Matthews is also breathing towards her. Coming under the flag, she's going to be close. Elder with a slight lead. Elder touching first with a 2:28.18. Matthews second with a 2:29. And third, lane 8, is Dillon with a 2:29.18. I didn't see Dillon that whole race, but she did great. 2:29, that's a solid time. 3-second drop for Dillon. Up next, we have Heat 5, the girls' 200 freestyle. And we're off. In lane 1, we have Violet Sinclair with Skyline Swim Club. Lane 2, Emery Page with Sousa. Lane 3, Millie Neidig with Chat. Lane 4, Lydia Sontag with UV Rays. Lane 5, Silver Doyle with Chat. Lane 6, Matilda Urbanska from Chat. Sorry, probably said that wrong. Lane 7, Jane Boynton from South Davis. And lane 8, Emmeline Walker from South Davis as well. Coming through this first 50, it's Boynton with 33.1, solid first 50. Right now it's looking like Walker out here in lane 8. Some outside smoke, if you will. Looking really solid. Keeping an eye on the field, bringing them to both sides. She's going to flip on this first halfway mark, this first 100 at a 1:11.12. Followed by Paige up in lane 2. These two girls on the outside are currently controlling this race. Walker holding strong, though. Coming through, it's Walker, 150.55. She's running away with it. Paige right behind, 153.71. She's doing really good. And no one has seemed to see her, and she's just running away with the race right now. Paige with a slight challenge, but she's going to probably finish second. Walker's finishing strong. And third, it's looking like Sontag. Coming under the flags, though, it's going to be Walker finishing first with a time of 2:30.95. Paige right behind her with a 2:31.51, and Sontag with 2:33.32. Up next, we have Heat 6 of the girls' 200 freestyle. And we're off at it again. In lane 1, we have Priscilla Steele with Fish Market. In lane 2, Lila Mortensen from UV Rays. Lane 3, Eve Reichner from UV Rays as well. Lane 4, Cole Bowman with Lehigh. Lane 5, June Johnson from Hayes. Lane 6, Mario Erickson with Park City. Lane 7, Tatum Allison from Park City as well. And in lane 8, Emma McAllison. Coming through this first 50, we got Bowman. Ooh, tight field. Bowman out in first, though, just barely ahead of Mortensen out in lane 2. Okay. Bowman still holding the lead right now. Bowman flipping first with a 1:12.40. Johnson right behind her with a 1:13.95. But Bowman just trying to extend her lead right now. Allison in lane 7 looking strong, pushing up a little bit.
We have several cars, triple carts, east of the pool here by the stadium. Move now or they will be towed. A Tesla with license plate G043WL. Please move your car or have it move itself.
1:53 for Bowman coming into this last 50. Allison with a 1:54.00 flat. It's going to be tight. Oh, but Johnson right behind 1:53.54. Ooh, Johnson taking the lead from Bowman. Johnson increasing the tempo, pushing up. She kind of hung back the whole race, and now she's picked it up the last 50. She's doing great. Coming under the flags, it's all Johnson. She's going to finish with a time of 2:29.93. And in second is Allison with a 2:33.15 in lane 3, and finishing third is Bowman with a 2:33.59. Good work, girls. Up next, we have our 7th and final heat of the girls' 200-meter freestyle. And we're off with another one, another banger. In lane 1, we have Julia Evans with UV Rays. In lane 2, Lily Weinberg with Park City. Lane 3, Sarah Glancy with Kearns. Lane 4, Addison Eldridge with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Thea Domsbet with Fish Market. Lane 6, Claire Cox with Lehigh. And in lane 7, Laura Vinnick with Skyline Swimming Club. Right now, it's looking like Dom's bet, but if I've learned anything from watching these races, I've learned anything can happen. But Dom's bet right now with the lead, looking really good. I can see her winning this heat. I predict she'll win this heat, but we'll see. Flipping first, she's got a time of 1:13.69, followed closely behind by with Weinberg and Eldridge. Smooth stroke, breathing every other. Dom's just looking really smooth. Finnick in lane 7, moving up the ranks a little bit. Pushing Weinberg and Evans down into third. Creeping up on Eldridge, who's in first. Wait, not Eldridge. Dom's bet. My bad. Excuse me. Coming into this last 50, it's going to be Dom's bet with a 1:55.03. Followed close behind Finnick, Eldridge, and Weinberg. Weinberg touching second with the feet. Dom's bit moving in close, coming in for a nice finish. She's going to finish with a time of 2:35.56. That's a 9-second drop. Congratulations. Weinberg second with a 2:36.38, and finishing third is Finnick with a 2:38.61. Good work, girls. Up next, we have event 14, the boys 13-14 200-meter freestyle. There are 7 heats of this event. And we're off. In lane 1, we have Charles Liu from UV Rays. In lane 2, we have Finley Barker from Salt Lake Swim Legends. Lane 3, we have Finn Coons from UV Rays. Lane 4, Henry Long from South Davis. Lane 5, we have Dax Crowley from Tech. Lane 6, we have Paulo Enrique Saldana from Fish Market. Lane 7, Jerome Thomas from Base and Blast Swimming. And in lane 8, Anton Nares from Haste. Oh, I missed the first 50. First at the wall was Henry Long with 29.294. Henry Long, big and strong. Powerful stroke coming into this first 100 of the halfway mark. He's going to flip with a time of 1:01.38. That's a blazing first 100. Right behind him, though, is Kuhn, followed by Crowley. Long with the nice gallop stroke. Breathing towards Crowley. He can see him, make sure to creep up on him or anything. Long doing really good. He's going to flip on to this last 50 with a time of 1:35.26. Let's see what he can bring at home. Finishing first is Crowley with a 2:08.38. Right behind him is Long with a 2:08.67. Tight finish. And in lane 3, Saldana with a 2:14.04. No, not lane 3. Finishing third, though, is Saldana with a 2:14.04. Up next, we have Heat 2, the boys 200 freestyle. As long as you jump in with your feet, you should be fine. Just need to be quiet for the start. And we're off with our Heat 2. In lane 1, we have Liam Scott with Lehigh. Lane 2, Aaron Cash, Cabello Scott with Kearns. Lane 3, Artisan Novaku with Fish Market. Lane 4, Shane Kahn with Park City. Lane 5, Marcus Caliendo with Cache Valley. Lane 6, Nicholas Monson with Barracuda Swim Club. Lane 7, Wilson Norris with Fish Market. And lane 8, Trey Jordan. Coming through this first 50 is Kahn, 29.60. Solid first 50 split. Kahn with the stroke, the strong, powerful stroke from Park City. Nice high elbows, looking really smooth through the water. He's going to flip at this first 50 with a 1:02.32. Fall close behind with Calendo with a 2:02.9. About half-second difference separating the two. Caliendo trying to hunt him down. Moving up just a little bit up on his shoulder. Trying to make it a tighter race. Ooh, Kahn barely flipping ahead of Caliendo this last 50. 0.2 ahead of him. See if he can hold on to the lead. Caliendo's pushing up on him, though. And third is Novaku. But Caliendo and Kahn dueling it out here in the middle of the pool. Coming this 50 meters, Caliendo has a slight lead over Kahn. Trying to extend that as they come under the flags. Looking like Caliendo's going to touch first with a time of 2:09.50 with Kahn right behind with a 2:10.44. Coming in third, it's kind of tight. It's looking like Norris in lane 7, but right there in lane 3 is actually Novaku with a 2:19.03, and then lane 4, taking fourth is Norris with 2:19.35. Up next, we have Heat 3 of the boys 200-meter freestyle. And we're off. In Heat 1, we have Oscar Astle with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 2, Aurelia Serpa with UV Rays. Lane 3, Alexander Spainhauer with Barracuda Swim Club. Lane 4, Justin Tao with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Emmett Hatchard with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 6, Jacob Cohn with Hayes. Lane 7, Benson Mortensen with Wasatch Swim Club. And lane 8, we have Garrett Bass, Garrett Bass, because he's a fish, swimming with Lifetime. Hitting the wall first, this first 50 is Justin Tao, 29.62. Emmett Hatcher just to the left of him, trying to keep pace. Justin Tao looking really smooth though. Three Olympus boys in this heat: Oscar, Justin, and Hatchard. Justin hitting first with a 1:02.33. Hatchard with a 1:03.77. Just ahead of Spainhauer. Emmett Hatchard catching up on his feet, on Justin Tao's feet just a little bit. Justin Tao looking really smooth. Oscar Astle out in lane 1, still fighting for contention for the second or third place spot. But flipping first is going to be Justin Tao with a 1:36.21, 33.98 with the 50 split. And it's Spainhauer, Hatchard, and Astle 39s all around. We'll see who has the juice coming on home on this last 50. Emma Hatchard is pushing. Spainhauer's looking smooth. Oscar Astle's looking smooth. But Justin Tao out here in lane 1, cleaning it up really nicely with a nice smooth finish. Out here in lane 7, Mortensen coming up really late up on Hatchard. But Tao finishing first with 2:09.88. Finishing second is Hatchard just above Mortensen. Astle finishing fourth with 2:14.08. That's good swimming, boys. Up next, we have Heat 4 of the boys 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1, we have Ezra Jensen with Wasatch Swim Club. Lane 2, we have Jack Hurley with Park City. Lane 3, Knight Palmer with UV Rays. Lane 4, Davis Chase also with UV Rays. Lane 5, Jonathan Adams with Chat. Lane 6, Tyson Morrow with Fish Market. Lane 7, Thomas Watts with Haste. And in lane 8, we have Saji Clark with Surf. The Surfers, Leighton Surfers. Hitting the 51st is Jansen out here in lane 1. 30.46 is a solid opening 50 for a 2 freestyle. Really solid. Jensen's best time in this is a 1. Oh, wait, actually, it's converted. It's 156 yards time. So I reckon he'll probably be about 216, if I had to guess. Coming in through this first 50, Jensen out and the outside smoke, 104.59, hitting way ahead of everyone else. The closest one is Hurley right next to him in lane 2. Jensen's running away with it though. 34.05 for the 50 split.
And you could announce the first one you announced. What was it?
Oh, thank you. Hitting first is Jensen with a 140.66, 36.15 to the feet. Watts right behind him, 144.68. Let's see if Jensen can hold on through the finish. Lane 1 is Jensen. Finished with a time of 2:17.13. I was a little off of my prediction, but Watts finishing second with a 2:19.79. And Palmer finishing third with a time of 2:22.32. Good work, boys. Up next, we got Heat 5, the boys 200 freestyle. In lane 1, we have Ethan Garcia swimming with West Valley Aquatics. Lane 2, we have Tavian Ulibarri swimming with Ohms Aquatics. Lane 3, you have Calvin Rom swimming with Sousa. Lane 4, Tavian Person with Kearns. Lane 5, Isaac Lawrence with Mac. Lane 6, Galvin Welklook with Fish Market. Lane 7, Simon Gale with UV Rays. And in lane 8, Samuel Smith with Lehigh. All right, coming through this first 50, it's going to be Ulibarri and Olympus with 30.81. Solid first 50 split. Good push off on the wall. Nice turn. Solid kick. You don't want to burn out your legs too much, but his kick is looking really solid right now. Nice, easy tempo. Looking really solid right now. Coming in first is Ulibarri with a 107.38. Holding strong is Ulibarri, but coming up in lane 4 is Pearson. Oh, Pearson maybe? I'm going to say Pearson. That's what it looks like. Person. Lane 3, Rom. Coming up also on Ulibarri. Flipping up into this last 50. It's Rom followed by Garcia. It's a tight race between these 4 first 4 lanes, though. Garcia picking up the tempo a little bit, gaining a slight lead over everyone else. Rom coming up strong, and Person and Ulibarri hanging back just behind Rom. Rom and Garcia. Ooh, Rom's edging him out a little bit. Coming under the flags. Rom has an eye on him. He's pushing. Garcia's finishing close to the wall. It's going to be Rom with the finish, 2:23.48. Garcia finishing second with a 2:23.62. And finishing third is Ulibarri. Actually, no, it's not Ulibarri. Oh, Person, my bad. 2:26.18. Up next, we got Heat 6, the boys 200 freestyle. And we're off with our next heat. Coming up first, actually, is Matthew Moore in lane 1 from Hayes. Lane 2, Ryder Witz from UV Rays. Lane 3, Rex Van Clousser with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 4, Jacob Fillmore with UV Rays. Lane 5, Andrew Larson with Chat. Lane 6, Victor Stewart with Hayes. Lane 7, Daxton Nichols with UV Rays. And lane 8, Talon Shields with Pirate Swim Club. Coming through this first 50, it looks like Moore, actually no, Van Clousser, Rex Van Clousser from Olympus Aquatics hit first. But Moore right there in lane 1 hanging with him. Has a solid tempo right now. Hitting the halfway mark first is Van Clousser with Olympus going to 109.16. Moyer right behind him, though, with a 109.5. It's about a half-second difference separating the two. Looking really close, those two, though. Right next to each other. Hitting this last turn first is Moore with a 146.92. Van Clousser right behind with a 48.33. Moyer taking away this heat by a commanding lead, followed by Fillmore and then Van Clousser. Moore is going to touch with a time of 2:23.56. With Fillmore with a 2:26 and Van Clousser with a 2:28. Best time for Moore by about 12 seconds, so congratulations to him. Up next we have Heat 7, which is our 7th and final heat. And we're off with our last and final heat. In lane 1, we have Benjamin Sir with South Davis. Lane 2, Grant Kurtz with Haste. Lane 3, Seth Allen with South Davis. Lane 4, Luca Taylor with Chat. Lane 5, Liam Shaw with South Davis. Lane 6, Anderson Trout with Fish Market. And lane 7, Jonah Kessinger with Chat. Anderson Trout makes sense to swim for Fish Market since his last name's a fish, Trout. He looks like he swims like a fish. He's swimming pretty quick. Hitting the wall first, though, is lane 1 is Searle with a 33.28, solid opening split. Lane 1 seems like it's the hot lane right now. Seems like everyone's swimming really fast right there. Common theme over these last couple heats. Hitting the halfway mark first is Searle with a 1:11.15. Solid leader of the rest of the competition. In lane 3, though, is Allen pushing up. Actually, no. Sorry. Kessinger in lane 7 pushing up into second. And Allen and Taylor right next to each other.
Please move your car. If you want to make light green CRV, license plate C843HG. Please move your car. If you're on black VW, Idaho plates. With a plate of 4 help.
Hitting first is Searle with a 151.63, 40.48 with the 50 split. Big lead over second place. Kessinger, though, right behind him with Curtis and Taylor hot on his tail. Searle coming in with the finish. About 5 meters to go, and he's got a solid lead. Kessinger's moved back up into second. It's a duel with Taylor and Allen. Taylor just edging out a little bit ahead of him. Taylor's going to come up in front. Ooh! No, I lied. Allen out-touched him. 239.33. Taylor finished with a 239.36, 0.03 difference. Go to the race, boys. Up next, we have event 15, which is the girls' 10 and under 50-meter free butterfly. And this is going to be at the other end of the pool. This is a prelim swim. It's not a timed final. And we're off with the girls' 50 butterfly. In lane 2, we have Abigail Yang with Chat. Lane 3, Catherine Terzic with Kearns. Lane 4, Stella Shirley with Fish Market. Lane 5, Ella Nilsson with Lehigh. Lane 6, Athena Curtis with Fish Market. And in lane 7, Male Brent with Lehigh. But taking it out is Shirley, pumping through the water. And she's going to touch the wall with a 32.65. It's a 2-second drop. Great swim from Shirley. Amazing prelim swim. Very fast. 32.65. Wow. 10 how old is she? 10 years of age. 32.65. It's impressive. That's a good sign of things to come. Good work, Shirley. Up next, we have Heat 2. In lane 2, we have Isabel Stoddard with Chat. Lane 3, Poppy Wallbridge with Barracuda Swim. Lane 4, Haven Weinberg with Park City. Lane 5, Hazel Platt with UV Rays. Lane 6, Aspen Wolfton with Tooele. And lane 7, Dixie Pearson with Kearns. Right now, it's Weinberg taking out ahead of the rest of the field. About a by-length lead over everyone else. Coming up into second, though, is Wolfenden in lane 7. Pulling up close, but Platt holding on. Coming in first, though, is Weinberg with 43.48. Coming in second is Wolfendine, and then Wallbridge with third. Barely out-touching Platt. Up next is our third and final heat of this event. Girls 50-meter butterfly. In lane 2, we have Cadence Martinez with Fish Market. Lane 3, Evelyn Watkins with South Davis. Lane 4, Addison Monson with Haste. Lane 5, Vivian Pack with Hayes. Lane 6, Layla Hernandez Guerra with Fish Market. And lane 7, Lexi Dastrup with Fish Market. People like to call the 50 the splash and dash because it doesn't last very long, but there's enough going on that I can commentate a little bit. Lane 5 with Packer coming out ahead, just ahead of her teammate Monson, looking like who's in second. Monson coming up a little bit on the finish, but it's looking like it's going to be Packer. Ooh, oh, Packer and Monson touching before Martinez, but with the soft touch. Going about, it's not 50.20, 45 low, 45.1, 45.2 for Packer and Monson. Up next, we have event 16, the boys 10 and under 50-meter free butterfly. 2 heats of this event. In lane 1, we have Striker Franska with Barracuda Swimming. Lane 2, Jake Wolf with Park City. Lane 3, O. Nelson with Lehigh. Lane 4, Keon Sanamura with UV Rays. Lane 5, Torrin Brown with Cedar Swim Club. Lane 6, Maxwell Shield with Pirate Swim Club. And in lane 7, Ivan McCallison with Haste. Lane 2 with Wolf taking away with the lead. Pushing up with lane 5, Brown right behind him, but Wolf finishing first at 37.81. Brown finishing second with a soft touch. Ahead of Sanamura with probably a 41.5, and then Sanamura with a 41.16. Brown finishing third with a 42.04. Up next, we have Heat 2. There is a cap in lane 8. There is no one swimming in lane 8. So
Officials, can we pause for a second? We have a cap floating in the middle of the lane here. We have a cap floating in the middle of the lane.
Oh, with the Crocs on, he jumps in. Our hero. How valiant. The cap is out of the water now. You couldn't tell. Now we can begin Heat 2 of the boys 50-meter butterfly. And we're off. Lane 2, we have Samuel Bywater from South Davis. Lane 3, Ty Canning with Park City. Lane 4, Troy Mortensen with UV Rays. Lane 5, Francis Flaherty with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 6, Ricardo Romero with West Valley Aquatics. And lane 7, Derek Smith with Haste. Lane 4, Mortensen finishing strong, pushing to the wall. Right behind him in lane 2 is Canning. Oh, Canning. Oh, Mortensen barely out touching him. Canning hitting second with a soft touch, but Bywater finishing third. Up next, we got event 17, the girls 11-12 50-meter butterfly. And we're off. Lane 2, we got Corin Peterson with Sousa. Lane 3, Simone Caldeno with Cache Valley Aquatics. Lane 4, Fei Hong with Clearfield. Lane 5, Charlotte Sierra with Olympus. Lane 6, Aaron Giddings with Clearfield as well. Or not Clearfield, no, Cedar. And in lane 7, Rachel Pong with UV Aquatics. But coming in first, the wall is Hong with a 31.48. Pretty good swim. Second is Giddings with 34.60. And Sear with a 34.83. Good work, girls. Up next, we got Heat 2. And we're off with another one. Heat 2, we got Juliet Nelson from Lehigh. Lane 3, we got Megan Rock from Kearns. Lane 4, we got Sadie Young from Utah Valley Aquatics. Lane 5, Crystal Baker with Fish Market. Lane 6, Emily Hatch with Surfin'. And lane 7, Aoife Mosley with Salt Lake Legends. But in lane 4, it's Young with a commanding lead about a body length over Baker and Rock on either side of her. Coming in quick, she's going to touch with a time of about 33.40. And Baker with a 35.31. Rock reaching third with a 35.60. And we're off with our third and final heat. In lane 1, we have Nora Jorgensen from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 3, Elizabeth Sear from Olympus. Lane 4, Marin Smith with Fish Market. Lane 5, Vivian Benton with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 6, Anna Thompson with UV Aquatics. And lane 7, Quinn Went with Mac. Lane 4, Smith charging ahead of the rest of the field. Beautiful stroke. Breathing every other one, keeping that head down. Good body line. She's going to touch with a time of 33.67. Thompson finishing second with 36.72. And Sear with a time of 37.13, finishing third. Good work, girls. Up next, we have Event 18, the boys 11-12 50-meter butterfly. And we're off. The boys, 11-12, 50-meter butterfly. In lane 1, we have Lincoln Dreeland with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 2, Alexander Hain with Lehigh. Lane 3, Thomas Thorne with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 4, Thomas Bay with Park City. Lane 5, Sebastian Lohr with UV Aquatics. Lane 6, Jack Frame with Olympus. Lane 7, Ender Hale with Salt Lake Swim Club. And lane 8, Mason White. Coming into the wall, it's Bay and Lohr. Looking like, Lohr out-touching Bay by just .04. Thorne finishing third with a 35.18. Lohr with a 33.47 and Bay with a 35.51. Great swim for prelims for those boys. Up next, we got Heat 2 of the boys 50-meter butterfly. And this is Heat 2. In lane 1, we have Cole Glissmeyer with South Davis. Lane 2, Stockton Skywire with Fish Market. Lane 3, Everett Venner with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 4, Ezekiel Shannon with WVA. Lane 5, Drake Merrill with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 6, Alexander Flesh with Olympus. Lane 7, Aaron Adams with Chat. And lane 8, Xavier Sherman with Salt Lake Swim Legends. But Merrill with the commanding lead. Coming up, he's going to touch first with a 34.59, looking really good. Shannon finishing second with a 36.15, and Sherman finishing third with a 36.49. Up next, we have Heat 3 of the boys 50-meter butterfly. In lane 1, we have Nicholas Bayless from Haste. Lane 2, Riker Densley with Kearns. Lane 3, Truman Hale with Salt Lake Swim Club. Lane 4, McKay Brewer with Haste. Lane 5, William Kai with Fish Market. Lane 6, Nathan Huber with South Davis. And in lane 7, Benjamin Jacobson with Olympus Aquatics. Good start with the boys. Lane 4, Brewer taking a breath every other stroke. High, fast tempo, solid kick. Looking fast through the water. Wiggling nice and good. Jacobson out in lane 7 though. Trying to edge out this victory with a nice pike. He's pushing forward to the wall. It's going to be between Brewer and Jacobson. Jacobson looking a little closer. Jacobson, he's getting out-touched by Brewer. Brewer touching first with a 34.79. Jacobson finishing second with a 34.84. And Kai finishing third with a 36.08. Good work, boys. That was our third and final heat. Up next, we have event 19, the girls' 100-meter butterfly. And we're off with 100, so now it's down and back instead of just down. In lane 1, we have Megan Dillon with Park City. Lane 2, Sophia Zhang with Fish Market. Lane 3, Chloe Cedarholm with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 4, Vienna Lemon with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Kaden Laws with Olympus Aquatics but unattached. Lane 6, Megan Lemons, UVA. Lane 7, Kylie Johnson with Fish Market. And lane 8, Ann Nelson with UVA as well. Coming through this first 50, looks like Vienna Lemon with 31.65. Great first 50 for her. Got a body length ahead of everyone else on either side of her. Laws onto the left and Cedarholm on her right. Both Olympus Aquatics teammates. But Vienna Lemon cruising in for this prelim swim victory. Right behind her, Laws. Right behind her is Lemons, right on her hip. Lemons going to touch with a 107.56. Laws with a 111.51, and Lemons with a 113.27. Up next, we have Heat 2 of the girls' 100-meter butterfly. In lane 1, we have Afton Jones with UVA. In lane 2, we have Mia Wade with UVA as well. Lane 3, Avery Dreyer with Haste. Lane 4, Sorcha Canning with Park City. Lane 5, Scarlett Matthews with Wasatch Swim Club. Lane 6, we got Victoria LaRoche with UVA. In lane 7, Chelsea Zhu with Chat. And in lane 8, Julia Evans with UVA. Coming through this first 50, it's Canning with a 30.87. Out a little bit faster than Vienna. We'll see what she comes back in, though. Lots of UVA in this heat. Utah Valley Aquatics, that is. But Canning with a huge lead over the rest of the field. She's cruising into the wall. She's going to touch with a time of 106.46. That's the fastest time this morning, earning her the number 1 seed. Coming up second is going to be LaRoche with a 114.616, and then Dyer with a 114.52. Up next, we got Heat 3. In lane 1, we have Jane Elder with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 2, Cassidy Long with UVA. Lane 3, Ella Fuller with Sousa. Lane 3, Ella Fuller with Sousa. Lane 4, Mia Smith with West Valley Aquatics. Lane 5, McKenna Hennessy with Wasatch Swim Club. Lane 6, Ellie Swallow with Fish Market. Lane 7, Brown and Jepson with Olympus Aquatics. And lane 8, Tessa Reichner with UVA. Let's see, coming first in this first 50, it's going to be Smith, touching with a time of 32.47. Solid opening split. Ooh, good underwaters. Comes up, powerful stroke. Fuller and Long right behind her in 2 and 3. Coming up behind her is Hennessy. Pushing up. Ooh, Hennessy claiming the lead over Fuller and Long. With Smith still controlling the lead with a time of 1:09.36 to finish. That is going to be a best time by about half a second for her. And then Hennessy finishing second, followed by Fuller in third. Up next, we have our fourth and final heat of the girls' 100-meter butterfly. And we're off. Lane 2, we have Sarah Nancy with Kearns. Lane 3, Carly Rigby with Wasatch Swim Club. Lane 4, Kelly Flam with Fish Market. Lane 5, Eloise Caperson with Cache Valley. Lane 6, Lily Weinberg with Park City. And in lane 7, Lillian Oscarson with Salt Lake Swim Legends. Edging out in the first is Caperson right now. She's getting a commanding lead over the rest of the field. She's going to touch first right now at the time of 37.825. Flam coming in right behind with a 38.26. Ooh, but Rigby has a good turn. Pushing up in lane 3, that's Rigby. These three girls all locked in right now. Rigby with a slight lead above everyone else, but Flam pushing along with Caperson. Oh, along has come Weinberg and Oscarson. All 5 of these girls driving underneath the flags. Looks like Flam's going to come in first. Oh, but Weinberg takes it. Weinberg touching first with a 122.51. Flam touching second with a 123.09. And Rigby finishing third with a 123.16. Great swimming, girls. Up next, we have event 20, the boys 1400 meter butterfly. This is a prelim swim. In lane 1, we have Ange Calabro Scott with Kearns. Lane 2, we have Nicholas Monson with Barracudas. Lane 3, we have Tion Sonano with UVA. Lane 4, Andrew Mitten with UVA. Lane 5, Arlo Peters with Salt Lake Swim Legends. Lane 6, Chas Keddington with Pirate Swim Club. Lane 7, Jerome Thomas with, what's that one? Basin Blast Swimming. And lane 8, Jacob Combe with Haste. Coming in first is Mitten with a 30.14. Solid opening first 50, followed closely behind by Keddington and Peters. But Mitten with a good turn, coming up nice and powerful on this, coming in halfway right here. Slightly ahead of Sanamaro, his teammate, up on his right shoulder. But Keddington and Peters right behind him as well. It looks like Mitten's going to finish first with a time of 1:03.99. Followed closely by Keddington with a 1:06 and Peters with a 1:06.17. It's the best time for Mitten, so I think he's probably happy with that. Up next, we have Heat 2 of the boys 100-meter butterfly. There are 5 heats of this event. In lane 1, we have Hiram Schultzer from UVA. Lane 2, Ariel Serpa from UVA. Lane 3, Andrew Gray from Cedar Swim Club. In lane 4, Oliver Northway from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Henry Long from South Davis. Lane 6, Artisan Novica with Fish Market. Lane 7, Samuel Rogers with Clearfield. And in lane 8, Liam Scott with Lehigh. Coming in first on the turn, it's going to be Long with a 29.97, but Northway right behind with a 30.1. Long just ran the 200 freestyle. Might be a little fatigued from that, but he's looking really strong. Northway coming up strong up behind him, though. Northway claiming a slight lead over Long. Long holding on well, though. A strong stroke. Northway just barely edging ahead of him, though. Coming under the flags, it's going to be Northway with a slight lead. Northway is going to touch first with a time of 1:03.50, taking the first seed for tonight. And Long finishing second with a 1:04.44. That's the best time for Northway by about 2.5 seconds. Congratulations, Oliver. That was a good swim. Up next, we have a heat 3 of the boys 100-meter butterfly. Sorry, let me see. In lane 1, we have Galvin Wellcook with Fish Market. Lane 2, Tyler Jordan with Chat. Lane 3, Everett Gassman with Chat. Lane 4, Henrique San Paulo with Fish Market. Lane 5, Dax Crowley with Tech. Lane 6, Mac and Stafford with Clearfield. Lane 7, Franco St. Jorge. Lane with Salt Lake Legends. Lane 8, Talon Shields with Pirate Swim Club. Coming out first is Saldana, followed closely by St. Jorge in lane 7. Gior, maybe that's what it is. Ooh, Gior, it's Saldana with a 106.73, closely behind with St. Gior with a 107.19. Finishing third is Gasman with a 108.10. It's a cool last name, Gasman. Up next, we have Heat 4 of the men's 100-meter butterfly, or the boys. Swimming in lane 2, we have Garrett Bass with Life. Lane 3, we have Michael Wolf with UVA. Lane 4 is Samuel Smith with Lehigh. Lane 5, Isaac Lawrence with Mac. Lane 6, Jacob Stewart with Lehigh. And in lane 7, Ryder Witz with UVA. Coming in first at the 50. Ooh, boys are close. Looks like Smith out in first, but Wolf right behind him. And followed by, actually no, Stauber up in first with Smith and Wolf right behind him. Stauber with a little lead over the rest of the field. Lawrence and right next to him trying to climb up next to him. Also up in lane 3 is Wolf. Fighting to finish. Stobert coming into the under the flags, though, is going to touch with a time of. Oh no, it's Wolf with a 1:12.92. Stobert finishing second with a 1:13.21, and Lawrence finishing with a 1:13.92. Up next, we have our 5th and final heat of the boys 100-meter butterfly. In lane 3, we have Jaden Grayson from Clearfield. In lane 4, Ethan Tao from Olympus Aquatics. And in lane 5, Victor Stewart from Haste. Grzan coming in first to this first 50. Looking really good. He's going to touch with a time of 34.04. Solid opening split for the 100 butterfly. Right behind him is Tao with 34.27. And right there is 38.36 with Stewart. All right, event 21. We got heat 1, the girls 10 under 50-meter breaststroke. There's 4 heats of this event. And in lane 1, we have Poppy Wallbridge from Barracuda. Lane 2, Cadence Martinez from Fish Market. Lane 3, Athena Curse from Fish Market. Lane 4, Ava Stoddard from Chat. 5, Capri Williams from Haste. Lane 6, Phoebe Campbell from Park City. Lane 7, Amanda Good Life from UVA. And lane 8, Scout Maxfield from Olympus Aquatics. Sorry about the camera, we forgot about that one. Back on it though. Out in first is Stoddard with a high tempo, pushing herself through the water. Climbing in these last 7 meters, these last 5 meters, ahead of the rest of the field by a lot. She's coming into the wall, she's going to touch with a time of 44.33. It's the best time by about a second, so congratulations to her. Curtis finishing second with a 49.22 and Williams with a 50.15. Good swimming, girls. Up next, we got heat 2. Long hole for the start, but coming off this wall, we have in lane 1, Briar Jones with WSC, lane 2, Vian Packer with Haste, lane 3, Tenley Jenkins with Life Swimming, lane 4, Ava Cedarholm with Olympus Aquatics, lane 5, Sarah Turnbow with Fish Market, lane 6, Naomi Parsamino with TSC, lane 7, Abigail Yang with Chat, lane 8, Catherine Yang with Chat as well. Coming out first right now is Cedarholm. Coming out high and nice in the water, but pushing back down, squeezing her legs together and get herself through the water. Doing a really good, powerful kick. And touching the wall, she's going to finish with a 46.02. Good work, Cedarholm. And lane 2, and finishing second is Turnbow with a 49.83. And Jenkins finishing third with a 51.01. Up next, we got heat 3. In lane 1, we have Lexi Dastrup. And from Fish Market, lane 2, Isabel Strada with Chat. Lane 3, Easter Shirley with Fish Market. Lane 4, Catherine Tursick with Kearns. Lane 5, Mel Browns with Lehigh. Lane 6, Layla Hernandez Guerra with Fish Market. Lane 7, Savannah Eldridge with Olympus Aquatics. And then lane 8, Windbowers with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 4 is Tursic with the high lead. Pushing herself with a high tempo, not high lead, high tempo through the water. Right behind her is Brems. And then lane 2 got Stoddard trying to creep up on Brems. But it's Tursic going for the finish. He's going to touch with a time of 48.80. Brems with a time of 50.57, and Stoddard finishing third with a 51.69. Tursic with a best time by about half a second. Should be happy with that. In the water, we have Heat 4. Lane 2, we got Harper Fleisch with Chat. Lane 3, we got Dixie Peterson with Currents. Lane 4, Hazel Platt with UVA. Lane 5, Addison Yeti with Lehigh. And lane 6, Elsie Stone with Haste. Lane 4, we got Platt. Also lane 2, we got Fleisch. They're both working hard. They're trying to finish ahead of the other one. And lane 3, going for third is Peterson, but right now it's about between Fleisch and Platt. Platt edging out a little ahead of her, but Fleisch pushing hard. Ooh, Platt's going to touch first. Ooh, no. It's Fleisch with a 53.64. Platt coming in second with a 54.34. And Peterson finishing third with a 56.16. Good work, girls. Up next, we have event 22, the boys 10 and under 50-meter breaststroke. Oh, and in lane 1, we have Sawyer Smith. Swimming with Chat. Lane 2, Jonathan Nelson swimming with UVA. Lane 3, Garrick Smith swimming with Haste. Lane 4, Oliver Curtis swimming with UVA. Lane 5, Tyler Cunning swimming with Park City. Lane 6, Henry Woodall swimming with Cedar Swim Club. And in lane 7, we got Eastwood Roher swimming with Fish Market. In lane 4, Cordero with the body length lead. The rest of the field pushing ahead of everyone. Finishing first is Cordero with a 47.98. Second is Canning with a 50.76. And third is Nelson with a 51.14. Up next, we got Heat 2 of the boys 50-meter breaststroke. Quick little splash and dash of the breaststroke. In lane 1, we have James Hermit from Haste. Lane 2, Cooper Lynn from Fish Market. Lane 3, Anthony Ma from Chat. Lane 4, Samuel Adams from Away. Lane 5, Fred Chase from Haste. Lane 6, O. Nelson from Lehigh. And lane 7, Liam Glancy with Currents. Adams from Olympus with a strong stroke. High tempo, thrusting his head back down. That's what you want to do. As soon as you want to get your head up, take a breath, and put it right back down. The longer your head up, the slower you go. Right next to him, Chase is also doing good. Right on his toes. And then third, we got Nilsson in lane 6. Looking around a little bit. Lane 4, Adams coming into the wall. 45.76, that's going to put him as the top seed right now. Chase coming in second, 48.32. And Nelson finishing third with a 53.32, just ahead of Ma with a 53.99. Up next, we got our third and final heat of the boys' 50-meter breaststroke. In lane 2, we have Jack Johnson from CAT. Lane 3, Isaac Huang from Chat. Lane 4, Liam Knutson from UVA. Lane 5, Troy Morrison from UVA. Lane 6, Ivan Provov from Barracudas. Lane 7, Simon Stapley from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 4, Knutson with the lead right now. In second, we got Mortensen right there. But Pyrahov is making a move, moving up to second right now. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to catch Knutson. Oh, he might be able to. It's close. Knutsen's pushing. He's working for it. It's going to come down to the touch. Knutson touching first with a 50.12, and Pyrahov touching second with a 51.42. Good swing, and Mortensen third with a 53.61. Good work, boys. Up next, we got event 23, the girls 11-12 50-meter breaststroke. In lane 1, we have Rachel Pong from UVA. Lane 2, Emily Hatch from Surf. Lane 3, Cassia McKay from Park City. Lane 4, Theo Hong from CCAT. Lane 5, Elizabeth Sear from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 6, Emily O'Hara from Park City. Lane 7, Quinn Wendt from MAC. And lane 8, Corin Peterson from Sousa. Lane 4, Hong has a great stroke. Lunging forward each time. Striking the water with that high tempo, but getting a nice glide in between. Very powerful. Right behind her is Sear from Olympus Aquatics. But it's Hong with the breaststroke, finishing with a 36.07. Wow, it's smoking time. Finishing second is going to be Sear, barely out touching McKay with a 41.51. McKay going for 41.81. Good work, girls. Up next, we got Heat 2. There's 4 heats of this event. In Heat 2, we got Lila Carlson from Chat. Lane 2, Ariana Giddings from Cedar Swim Club. I knew that. Lane 3, Beatrice Stoltz from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 4, Maren Smith from Fish Market. Lane 5, Evie Mason from Lehigh. Lane 6, Mace Murray from UVA. Lane 7, Alicia Zhang from CVM. And in lane 8, Heidi Moser from Chat. Right now, though, it's Smith in 4, pushing ahead with about a body-length lead. Stoltz and Mason and Murray all battling for second and third. But coming in first, it's going to be Smith with a time of 39.54. Stoltz with second at 42.48, and Mason 42.73. Good work, girls. And off to it in Heat 3, we got Addison Eldridge from Olympus Aquatics, Victoria LaRoche from UVA, Kate Vinnick in lane 3 from Skyline Swim Club, lane 4 Emma Staskis from Olympus Aquatics, lane 5 Chloe Bowman from Lehigh, lane 6 Molly Thatcher from Fish Market, lane 7 Caitlin Cottman from Sousa, and in lane 8 Callie Flyman from Fish Market. Right now it's looking like, wait a minute, I announced the wrong, wait, I didn't. Oh, that's a 100-meter breaststroke. Oh, it's Hanson, Solette Hanson, lane 1. Violet Whipple, lane 2. Jackie Rona, lane 3. Ella Wood, lane 4. Isabella Fennick, lane 5. Lucia Pack, lane 6. William Wang, lane 7. And Jackie Rona taking first with a 40.88. Fennick taking second with a 42.27. And Wood taking third with a 43.31. Good swing. Sorry, I announced the wrong heat. All right, final heat, heat 4. Girls 50-meter breaststroke. In lane 3, we got Megan Schwartz from CVM. Lane 4, we got Natalie Patland from Lehigh. And lane 5, we got Nova Ann from Live Swimming. Coming off first at the start is Schwartz. Pushing through the water, she's got a body length lead by about the halfway mark. Quickly behind her is Patland and Ann right behind her. But it's Schwartz with the lead. And Schwartz is going to touch first with a 46.12. Patland coming in second with a 48.66. And Ann finishing third with a 50.78. All right, event 24, the boys 11, 12, 15-meter breaststroke. We got 4 heats of this. Heat 1, about to jump in the water. We got lane 1, Hudson Gilbert from Hayes. Lane 2, Benjamin Rogers from CCAT. Lane 3, Sebastian Lure from UVA. Lane 4, Jet Hatcher from Away. Lane 5, Tyson Beeman from Away. Lane 6, Nicholas Bayless from Hayes. Lane 7, William Kai from Fish Market. And lane 8, Isaac Searle from South Davis Aquatics. Right now it's Jet Hatcher with a strong high-tempo stroke. Pushing himself through the water. Right behind him, he got B-Man. His teammate right up in second. But Hatchard pushing up. Going for the finish. He's going to finish quickly with a time of 37.80. Beeman finished right behind with a 40.46 and Laura with a 41.27, finishing third. Good work, boys. Heat 2. From Skyline Swim Club, lane 6, we got Isaac Skinner from CVM, and lane 7, Xavier Sherman from Salt Lake Swim Legends. Right now, though, it's Jaden Liu pushing himself through the water. With a fast stroke and powerful kick. He's going to touch the wall first with a time of 38.86. Good work, Jaden Liu. And we got Schultz with 42.43 and Hale with 42.69. It's going to be a good race tonight with all those teammates, Beeman, Hatchard, and Liu. Next, we got Heat 3. In lane 1, we have Henry Astle from Olympus. Lane 2, Benjamin Decker from South Davis. Lane 3, Benjamin Jacobson from Olympus. Lane 4, Noah Lane from Olympus. Lane 5, Alessandro Serrano from UVA. Lane 6, Tanner Barr from Fish Market. And lane 7, Sixers Stedman. Right now, out in first, it's Layton from Olympus. Henry Astle creeping up a little bit, though. Lane 3, Jacobson coming up strong. Sereno in second right now. Lane going to touch first, though. with a time of 40.58. Servino right behind with a 41.72. And Stedman with a time of 44.80. Good work, boys. And we're off with our fourth and final heat. Lane 3, we got Vincent Trithal from Haste. Lane 4, Tristan Shaney from CSC. And lane 5, Alexander Haim from Lehigh. Taking the lead right off the bat is Trithal. The long stroke. Long, powerful stroke. He's got a powerful kick. Trithal finishing first with a time of 46.20. Haney finishing 47.43. Shaney finishing third with a time of 48.86. Up next, we got event 25, the girls 13-1400 meter breaststroke. There are 5 heats of this event. And in lane 1, we got Avery Liu with Fish Market. Lane 2, Mario Erickson from Park City. Lane 3, Hattie Walsh from CVM. Lane 4, Cameron Tatum from UVA. Lane 5, Layla Turner from CCAT. Lane 6, Briley Jensen from UVA. Lane 7, Lauren Vinnick from Skyline Swim Club. And lane 8, Field Domsbeth with Fish Market. Pushing off this first 50, it's Tandem at the wall, followed quickly by Turner at just about half a second. See with the underwater, ooh, Turner coming up right next to her. Pushing up a little bit faster than her, with a slightly higher tempo. Turner working her way, Tantum working her way through the water, slightly ahead of Turner. Turner striving, trying to keep up with her. Walsh in lane 3, hanging off for third, but Jensen's rivaling her. Tantum comes in with a 1:19.05, Turner with a 1:20.39. And we'll see Walsh finishing third with a 1:23.83, Jensen finishing fourth with a 1:25.36. Up next, we got Heat 2. In lane 1, we got Caitlin Graham from UVA. Lane 2, Lila Morrison from UVA. Lane 3, Lola Watson from UVA. Lane 4, Jennifer Lauschenbach from Chat. Lane 5, Lucy Whipple from OA. Lane 6, Mia Wade from UVA. Lane 7, Avery Dyer from Haste. And lane 8, Simone Church from Fish Market. Got a lot of UVA in this heat. Let's see how well they do. LaBouchain taking the lead right now. Followed quickly behind by Whipple from Olympus. LaBouche touching first, followed quickly behind by Whipple and Watson. LaBouche striving ahead with a nice solid gliding stroke. Good shoot, good pull, good kick. Watson right behind her, along with Whipple. Whipple making a little bit of a move, climbing up to second, slightly edging out Watson. Just climbing up right on LaBouche right now towards the finish. Lucian's going to touch first with a 121.47. Whipple with second, 122.95. And Watson finishing third with a 123.32. Up next, we got Heat 3. And we're off. And lane 1, we got Aston Eldridge from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 2, Victoria LaRoche from UVA. Lane 3, Kate Vinnig from Skyline Swim Club. Lane 4, Emma Staskis from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Chloe Bauman from Lehigh. Lane 6, Molly Thatcher from Fish Market. Lane 7, Caitlin Cotman from Sousa. Lane 8, Callie Flam from Fish Market. Right now, it's looking like Staskis from Olympus Aquatics pushing ahead against ahead of the rest of the group or of the field. Going ahead, she touches first at 38.28. Vinnick behind her with a 39.93. Staskis with the long stroke though. Long, powerful stroke, getting lots of distance per stroke. Almost gliding easily through the water. Vinnick right behind her, and then third we got LaRoche, who's trying to climb up onto Vinnick and pass her. Oh, but Bowman right here is trying to spoil it all. She's coming in for second or third. But Staskis all the way for the win. Touching first, she's going to go a time of 1:20.30. Finishing second, it's going to be, Vinnick out touching Bowman with a 1:24.58, and Bowman going on 1:24.96. Up next, we got Heat 4. In lane 1, we got Lauren Christensen from UVA. Lane 2, Brown Jepson from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 3, Elena Simmons from Haste. Lane 4, Jessica Schwartz from CDM. Lane 5, Carly Rigby from Wasatch Swim Club. Lane 6, Eva Muller with CC18. Lane 7, Stella Burnett with CVM. And lane 8, Emma Mikowski with Haste. Touching the wall first on that turn is Simmons in lane 3. Slightly ahead of the rest of the group. But Schwartz is coming up on her. Schwartz has passed her now. Schwartz with a slightly higher tempo. A little bit more glider stroke is passing her. Simmons and then Jepson in lane 2 trying to hold on to third. But Burnett and McAllison coming up in lane 7 and 8. But touching first is going to be Schwartz going a time of 1:26.46. And finishing second is Simmons with a 1:29.70. And finishing third is Burnett with a 1:32.69. Up next, we got Heat 5. In lane 1, we got Brentley Daniels from Lehigh. Lane 2, Samantha Sharifi from from Sousa, not 14. It's her age. Lane 3, we got Emery Page from Sousa. Lane 4, Tatum Allison from Park City. Lane 5, Leah Sontag from Utah Valley Aquatics. Lane 6, June Johnson from Haste. And lane 7, Salona Kozłowski from Live Swimming. Touching the wall first is Johnson going to 43.71. Second is Allison with a 43.9. Allison edging out everyone else, climbing up to the first position. Sontag right behind her, but Johnson trying to challenge her for the second place spot. They're both climbing up there. Ooh, but Sontag climbing up on Allison just a little bit. Oh, Johnson's passing Sontag. Johnson pushing. Allison's going to finish first, though, with a time of 1:30.35. Sontag barely out-touching Johnson with a 1:31.97. Johnson going 1:32.01. 0.04 difference separating the two. Good work, girls. Up next, we got event 26. The boys 13-14 100-meter breaststroke. There's 6 heats of this event. In lane 1, we got Ken Stapley from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 2, Ethan Garcia from West Valley Aquatics. Lane 3, Finn Coons from Utah Valley. Lane 4, Leonard Kai from Fish Market. Lane 5, Sammy Rogers from CCAT. Lane 6, Ezra Jensen from Wasatch Swim Club. Lane 7, Mitchell Andrew from UVA. And lane 8, Marco Refugio from Park City. Right off the bat, though, it's looking like it's Kai in lane 4 gaining an early lead. I think the he's going to go 34.68. Closest to behind is 37.86, which is Rogers. Kai pushing forward with a great lead. There's a 2-by-length lead over his nearest competitor, which is Rogers in lane 5. And Coons right behind in lane 3. Trying to stay with him. It's Kai all the way with a 1:14.07. Best time, but a good swing for prelims. Lane 2 got Rogers with a 1:20. And in lane 3 with a 1:22.40. Up next, we got Heat 2, boys 100-meter breaststroke. Ooh. And in lane 1, you got Finn Morris with Mac. Lane 2, Anderson Trout with Fish Market. Lane 3, Mason Stafford with CCAT. Lane 4, Tavian Ulibar with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Chaz Keddington with Pirate Swim Club. Lane 6, Albert Zoo with Chat. Lane 7, Sahi Clark with Surf. And then lane 8, Rex Van Klooster with Olympus Aquatics. We got the Trout in lane 2. He's going to swim fast like the fish. Right now, it's actually Ulibar with the lead. He's going to touch first in his first 50 with a 38.10. Coming right behind him is Keddington with a 38.7. Clark right there in third. Ulibar trying to stay strong. Stafford climbing up just a little bit on his right shoulder. Pushing to the wall, though. It's going to be, Stafford barely out touching Ulibar and Clark. Stafford going 120.65, Ulibar going 120.73, and Clark going 120.47. Good work, boys. Up next, we got Heat 3. In lane 1, we got Thomas Watts with Haste. In lane 2, we got Calvin Ron with Sousa. Lane 3, Barrett Judkins with Chat. Lane 4, Davis Chase with UVA. Lane 5, Henrique Saudiapolo with Fish Market. Lane 6, Tice Morrill with Fish Market. Lane 7, Luca Taylor with Chat. And lane 8, Knight Palmer with UVA. Going out to an early lead is Chase. He's got some cool cuppings on his back. I think those are making him swim faster right now. Touching first, he got 30. Oh, wait, no, it's Judkins in 3. Wait a minute. Oh, it was Saldana with the cool cupping. Sorry, it's not Chase, my bad. It's actually Judkins in lane 3 with the lead. And then Saldana with the cool cuppings up in second. Catching up to him. It's tight. But Judkins got the slight lead over Saldana. Up in lane 1, Watts has got the 3rd place spot, while Palmer's trying to push him for it in lane 8. Coming down to the touch, though, it's going to be Judkins with a 1:19.12 and Saldana with a 1:19.82. And Watts with 3rd and 1:23.43. Up next, we got Heat 4, boys 100-meter breaststroke. In lane 1, we have Joshua McFarland from UVA. Lane 2, Dempsey Hodgkinson from Barracuda. Lane 3, William Hiraguchi from UVA. Lane 4, Henry Schultz from Washout Swim Club. Lane 5, Nicholas Monson from Barracuda. Lane 6, Andrew Kane from CVM. Lane 7, Grant Curtis from Haste. Lane 8, Becca Bader-Winton from Tech. Off at the start, it's looking pretty even. All the boys kind of swimming in a line. Kane, though, kind of stretching out a little bit. Also lane 3, Haraguchi. Ooh, and McFarland up in lane 1. Claiming a nice lead over the rest of the group. Haraguchi with the lead right now. Second place is a race between 8, 6, and 1. McFarland, Curtis, and Baker. Touching first, it's going to be Haraguchi with a time of 1:24.30. And Kane with 1:26.20. And McFarland taking third with a 1:27.36. Up next, we got Heat 5. Heat 5. In the water, we got lane 1, Garrett Bass with Life. Lane 2, Riker Tyler with Lehigh. Lane 3, Christian Lee with Haste. Lane 4, Daxton Nichols with UVA. Lane 5, Michael Wolf with UVA. Lane 6, Easton Hicken with Washout Swim Club. Lane 7, Simon Gale with UVA. In lane 5, we got Wolf coming out to an early lead right now, pushing up against everyone else. Hicken in lane 6 is also doing well. He got the poster with the support on it. Touching first, it's going to be Hicken, Gale, and Wolf, all within 0.1 of a second of each other, all really close. Pushing up in lane 7, you got Gale claiming the lead. In lane 5, you got Wolf coming up right behind him. The UVA is strong in this heat. Lots of those boys. Actually, just 3, but good amount of the heat. Coming in first, it's going to be Gale, and he's going to touch with a time of 1:26.40. Second is Wolf with 128.62, and third is Nichols with 128.97. Up next is our sixth and final heat. In lane 3, we got Andrew Gray from CSC, and then from lane 4, we got Jaden Grayson from CCAT.
Event 20 is closed. Event 20 is closed. We also have results from event 25. Girls 214, winner for the breaststroke.
Gray with the lunging stroke. Grzan with a more mellow but glidey stroke that relies on the kick. Both cruising up here to this first wall. Gray's going to touch the wall first with a time of 39.94. All right. Then Grzan with a 42.31.
Congratulations, ladies. The time is now 11:26. You have 30 minutes to stretch.
Coming in first is Gray. He's going to touch with a time of 1:25.17. And Grzan finishing with a time of 1:31.12. Good work, boys. Up next, we got event number 26, the girls 10 and under 200 meter IM. And this is a timed final. For our final, we got Haley Savage in lane 1 for Racer Haste. Lane 2, we got Naomi Parsimony from TSC. Lane 3, we got Olive Platt from CSC. Lane 5, we got Ava Stoddard from CHAP. Lane 6, Ava Cedarholm from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 7, Millie Rowe from UVA. And in lane 4 with the fastest qualifying time of 2:54.91, we got Stella Shirley with Fish Market. Should be a good race. Except for Stella Shirley had a blazing butterfly, just barely in the 50 butterfly. See if she can throw down this 200 IM. And we're off. Heat 1. It's 2 heats, but we'll see how many swim. And already off the bat, Shirley taking a commanding lead with her butterfly. Running away from the camera just a little bit. Beautiful butterfly. It almost looks easy. Popping up really easily on the top of the wall. Stays nice and high. Her 50 butterfly was a 32. She's going to touch this first one with a 33.35, just a second shy of that. She underwires off the wall and heads off onto the backstroke. Other girls haven't touched the wall yet. Cedarholm with a 44.88. A little bit behind Shirley out here in front. Cruising her way through this 2 IM. Shirley coming through this first 100 with a 119.68. Flipping over to the breaststroke. And she gets started on that. Cedarholm's coming up. The 134.367. A little bit farther behind Shirley. Shirley with a good lead over the rest of the field. Pulling herself through the water. Cedarholm quickly, not quickly, but behind out there in second. Pushing her way through the breaststroke as well. With Stoddard right next to her. Shirley absolutely crushing this 2IM. With a 52.11 breaststroke split, she turns up to the last with a 2:11. Shirley coming in with the finish. She's going to touch the time with a 2:51.19, taking 3 seconds off her personal best and winning. Well, she might not win, but she has currently the fastest time in the state and could possibly win herself a state title, which is a very good chance of doing. And in lane 6, Cedarholm coming up behind her. Finishing with a time of 3:12.25. Is about 30 seconds off her best time. 30 seconds taken off, not away from her, which is a good time. And third is Stoddard with a 3:19.13.
Thank you, ladies. Please stay in the water. Please stay in the pool. This is event 28, boys and women 200-meter individual medley. This is our championship lineup. Starting in lane 1 from West Valley College, Ricardo Romero.
200-meter IM. Commentary volume was down. I guess I'm talking this whole time and no one's hearing me. This is championship final. We got in lane 1, we got Ricardo Romero from West Valley Aquatics. Lane 2, Axel Pearson from WWD. Lane 3, Torrin Brown from CSC. Lane 5, Keon Sonaro with Utah Valley Aquatics. Lane 6, Francis Flaherty with Olympus Aquatics. Lane 7, Jake Wolf with Park City. And lane 8, Dominic Garvin with Salt Lake Legends. And in lane 4, fastest qualifying time of 3:19.15 is Ro Cash with Olympus Aquatics.
Lane 4, our top qualifier with a season time of 3:19, swimming from Olympus Aquatics, Cash Rowe.
And we're off to the races. Right now in first is Rowe. Pushing forward with the butterfly. Touching with a time of 38.73. Coming in second is going to be Sanamaro. Oh, Wolf with a 40.45. Sanamaro coming in third with 43.12. Out there in lane 7. Rowe pushing. That backstroke, nice and smooth through the water. Good 2-3 body length lead over the rest of the field. Touching first is going to be Rowe with a 1:24.98, 46.25 with a 50 split on the backstroke. Coming in second to the halfway point, it's going to be Brown with a 34.56, 3.51 with the backstroke split. Still Rowe, still cooking, man. Still out in front with a 2:23, not 2:23.7 for the last 50 split, coming home. Touching second for the last turn is Brown with a 2:36.22. Rowe running away with it though. Putting his arms to work, putting his legs in overdrive. Blowing away the rest of the field. He's going to come and finish with a time of 3:00.61. It's the best time for him by about 19 seconds that he dropped. Event 29, 400-meter IM. We got 2 heats of this for the girls. This is 11-12 first. In lane 2, we got Elizabeth Jamerson with the Ross at front. Lane 3, or with Fish Market. Lane 3, Liana Miyamoto with Olympic Supplies. Lane 4, Adelaide Bino with Olympic Supplies. Lane 5, Charlotte Sierra with Olympic Supplies. Lane 6, Myers Smith with Fish Market. And lane 7, Avery Smith with Hilltop Aquatics. Looks like we got a lot of Olympus in this heat. Some Fish Market and 1 Haste. I mean, Utah Valley Aquatics. Wait, no, Haste. My bad. Huh. 4IM is considered one of the hardest races in swimming, too. It requires the highest levels of skill, endurance, and pain tolerance. You have to deal with all 4 strokes for 100. Not to mention it takes about 4 to 6 minutes to complete, which is brutal for a race that where you're constantly going, trying to push yourself as hard as you can. Coming into this first wall, it's going to be Miyamoto with a 35.48. Vina right behind with a 37.07. This first 100, you just kind of want to cruise, conserve energy, not push yourself too hard. You want to burn out so fast in the race that the rest of it becomes unbearable. It's very strategic in that sense. You kind of got to swim it right.
Congratulations, Stella.
Touching first is Wiener with a 120.47, just a little bit ahead of Miyamoto, 121.48. And as they head off onto the backstroke, Wiener with a high tempo on backstroke, cruising though. Miyamoto right behind her, and then third is Searer. 3 Olympus girls currently dominating the 4IM. Wiener still with the lead right now. Looking smooth, looking strong. Jamerson in lane 2 is slightly moved ahead of Miyamoto and Searer. Hitting the halfway point, Wiener touching with a 248.58, pretty good. Moves on to the breaststroke. Searer touching second, 256, and then Jameson and Miyamoto right next to each other. 4IM has also been described as kind of like a game of chess, you know? You kind of got to move your different pieces around because, for instance, Searer might be moving up on Wiener right now with her breaststroke, or Wiener could just be getting a greater lead. It's hard to tell. Let me see the splits. And touching first for the win is Venner with Olympus Aquatics with a time of 5:42.51. Touching first is Wiener. Coming in for second, it looks like it's going to be Sear. Touching with a time of 5:58.22, sub 6 minute. Great swim for her. It looks like coming in for third is going to be Miyamoto. The Olympus girls could go 1, 2, 3. Smith, though, is coming on strong on the outside. But it's going to be Miyamoto with a 6:20.65. And Smith finishing in fifth with a 6:23.92. Good work, Olympus girls. Up next, we got Heat 2 with the finals. In lane Heat 2, we got lane 3, Catherine Cluse for Cottonwood Heights. Lane 4, Isabel Toro Quiche with Utah Valley Aquatics. And lane 5, Anna Thompson with Utah Valley Aquatics. Toro Quiche off with a strong start. Keith Thompson right next to her, though.
Event number 23 is closed, and event number 24 is closed. Event 23 and 24 are closed.
Looking good out in front is Quiche. She's going to touch the first 100 with a 1:23.89. Thompson right behind her, touching with a 1:30.8. Quiche moving on quickly to the backstroke with a nice tempo. Thompson cruising right behind her as well. Cluse nice and easy right behind her as well.
The results from event 28, the boys 1000 200 individual medley. In 8th place, we have Ricardo Romero. 7th, Dominic Gowan. 6th, Axel Peterson. 5th, Francis Flaherty. 4th, Jake Wolf. 3rd, Kyle Santana. 2nd, Tom Brown. And our 2024 UTAGS Long Course State Champion, swimming for Olympus Aquatics, Cash Rowe. Congratulations, Cash.
Tor Quiche touching first with the breaststroke, moving up. Cluse is caught up to Thompson. Passing her just a little bit. Thompson holding on, though. Kluse and Thompson gaining some ground on Quiche on this breaststroke leg. Only about 6 or 7, about 8 seconds behind, 9 seconds behind her. Kluse kind of catching up to Quiche now on this breaststroke leg. Quiche and Kluse right next to each other now for this last 100 freestyle. Quiche moving up with the freestyle. He's turning on the jets. There's flipping even at the turn. Separated by 0.06. Less than a tenth of a second separates them. Kluse is coming back up onto Quiche. It's going to be tight. Ooh. Kluse came up a lot on that breaststroke leg. Nah, it's just a duel. It's a sprint to the finish. Quiche and Kluse coming down to 15 meters. It's dead even. Each one trying to get an upper hand over the other. It's going to come down to the touch under the flags. Looking like Kluse has a little bit of a lead. Kluse touching first with a 6:19.11. Quiche touching second with a 6:19.67. Both good times for them. Drops. Kluse dropping 30 seconds. Quiche dropping about 20. Thompson dropping about 15. Good work, girls. Up next, we got event 30, boys 11, 12, 400 meter IM. There's 2 heats of this. This is the final. In lane 1, we got Alexander Fleisch from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 2, we got Thomas Thorne from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 3, we got Thomas Bay from Park City. Lane 5, we got Noah Layton from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 6, Truman Ham from Skyline Swim Club. Lane 7, James Zhang from Salt Lake Swim Legends. And in lane 4, with the fastest qualifying time of 5:51.35, Chrysander Luris from Olympus Aquatics. Good stuff. Lots of Olympus Aquatics in this heat. Off to a good start is Thorne up in lane 2. Bay coming on strong. Loris right there with them. They don't want to burn themselves out too much on this first 100. Just mostly want to just stay with the pack, not get too far ahead or too far behind. Conserve energy and make it through this butterfly. As butterfly is one of the more taxing strokes. Hitting the wall first is Luris. 35.30, Bay 35.8, Thorne with 37.9. Oh. Chrysander and Bay out in front. going to be Crusader that comes to the wall first, touching with a 17.00. Bay with 17.75. Pushing about even onto the backstroke leg. Crusader, a backstroker, extending his lead here on the backstroke, now taking advantage of this to gain the lead. Bay falling a little bit behind. Leighton right there on the other side of either of them on the right. 308 boys currently leading. Crusader opening up his lead. Actually, Bay was not Olympus. Bay right behind him, and then Leighton right after him. Crusader 241.25 at the halfway mark. Flips over on the breaststroke and gets to work. We'll see if Bay can make up any ground. Seems as though Crusader's simply extending his lead, though. Crusader holding strong. Bay catching up just a little bit. Actually, Crusader with a half second more advantage, that 50. Leighton right there with them. Crusader touching for his last 100. 4:19.68 as he heads home with freestyle. Just needs to go down and back. Crusader finishing, flipping with his last 50 to 5 minutes. Bay right behind with a 5:08. Touching first is Crusader Luris with a 5:40 and an 11-second drop from his personal best. He'll be happy with that. Currently the #1 spot and probably will stay that way, so most likely the state champion in this event. Up next we got Heat 2 of 4 IM.
Prior 2024 UTAGS long course champion with a final time of 5:42.51 seconds. Senior Olympics Aquatics, Addie Venner. Congratulations.
And we're off with our second heat of this. In lane 3, we got Blake Fleisch from Cottonwood. Lane 4, Stockton Skyward from Wasatch Fish Market. And lane 5, Everett Venner from Olympus Aquatics. Satterwhite off with an early lead on the butterfly. Let's see if he can hold on. Satterwhite still out here with the lead. Flash has caught up a little bit. Venner right there with him, increasing his tempo and his stroke rate. We'll see what happens here on this breaststroke leg. A lot can happen on the breaststroke due to its technical difficulty, and some are able to master better than others. Flash and Satterwhite turning basically at the same time. Right off the bat, though, it looks like it's Satterwhite getting the early lead off the breaststroke. Swimming fast right behind him. It's Fleisch and then Venner. Satterwhite gaining a little bit of an edge over Fleisch and Venner. More of an edge, I would say. Coming into this last 100, it's going to be Satterwhite with a nice lead over Fleisch and Venner. Turns to the freestyle leg. It's about 5-second head start. See if he can hold on to the lead. Venner coming up right after him. Fleisch caught up just a little bit to Satterwhite. Satterwhite still holding the lead though. Satterwhite finishing first with a 6:38.04. Fleisch finishing second with a 6:40.11. And Venner finishing third with a 6:47.09. Event 31, girls 13-14, 400-meter IM. This is the final. In lane 1, we got Sophia Zane from Fish Market. Lane 2, Mia Smith from West Valley Aquatics. Lane 3, Lola Watson from Utah Valley Aquatics. Lane 4, Vienna Lemon from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Layla Turner from Clearfield. Lane 6, Cadence Laws from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 7, Aaliyah Loan from Luane from Utah Valley Aquatics. And lane 8, Ava Carpenter from Southern Utah Swimming.
In lane 8, for Southern Utah Swimming, Ava Carpenter. And our top qualifier with a seat time of 5 minutes, 27.07 seconds. From Olympus Aquatics, Vienna Lemon.
All right. On the first 50, we got Lemon touching with a 33.43. Turner right behind her, though, with a 34.05. Kind of tight right there. Vienna Lemon looking really smooth through this first 100 of Butterfly. Luane right there in lane 7 behind her. She's going to touch right here with a 1:12.87. Luane and Smith right there. Moves on the backstroke with a nice high tempo. Vienna Lemon still out here with the lead, but Luane keeping up with her, very even.
It's all good.
Whoops. Coming into this last 100, it's Vienna Lemon with a 4:15.
You ever look for your coaches when you're swimming?
No, actually, I kind of. Oh.
Results of boys under 12 meter climb. First in ninth place is Eric Leonard. 8th place Blake Fleisch. 7th Stockton Salwell. 6th James Sane. 5th Oscar Fleisch. 4th Truman Hale. 3rd Noah Lee. 2nd Thomas Bay. And 1st for Samuel Lewis. Congratulations.
Vienna Lemon finishing first with a 5:27.31. Coming in second is Watson with a 5:35.43, and Luane with a 5:35.62. Up next, we have Heat 2 of the women's, or the girls' 13-14 400 meter IM. In the water for Heat 2 is Hannah Turnbow in lane 1 with Wasatch Fish Market. Lane 2, Mia Wade with Utah Valley Aquatics. Lane 3, Chelsea Zoo, Conwood Heights. Lane 4, Sorcha Canning from Park City Swimming. Lane 5, Catherine Eager with Salt Lake Swimming Legends. Lane 6, Maggie Harris with Wasatch. Lane 7, Megan Lemons from Utah Valley Aquatics. And lane 8, RV Lou with Wasatch. In Heat 2, we have Lane 1, Hannah Turnbow with Fish Market. Lane 2, Mia Wade with Utah Valley Aquatics. Lane 3, Chelsea Zoo with Cottonwood Heights. Lane 4, Sorcha Canning with Park City. Lane 5, Catherine Eager with Salt Lake Swimming Legends. Lane 6, Maggie Harris, Wasatch. And lane 7, Megan Lemons, Utah Valley Aquatics. Lane 8, RV Lou with Fish Market. Out at the beginning, it's Canning in lane 4 with the lead. Cruising on the butterfly. Lemons in second in lane 7. Cruising now onto the backstroke. Canning extending her lead. pushing farther and farther ahead of the rest of the field. Canning with a multiple body length lead, dominating this field in the 4IM. Eager right there behind her, with Lemons trying to push her as well. Canning's gonna hit the halfway point with 2:36.86. She's got to get this breaststroke. Canning coming into the wall with a commanding lead. Second place is Egger. Canning touching with a 4:27.50, coming home with just 100 left to go. Let's see if she can pull out. Egger right behind her, just about 7 seconds off. Smooth freestyle. And then third is looking like Wade in lane 2. Coming into the finish is Canning, cruising in. Finishing with a time of 5:42.04. Personal best by about 20 seconds. She'll be happy with that swim. Third and final heat of the 400 IM for the women. In lane 3, we have Kylie Johnson with Fish Market. Lane 4, Ann Nelson with UVA. And lane 5, Sybil Doyle with Cottonwood Heights. Coming to this first 50, it's Johnson with a 36.54. Nelson right behind her, and then Doyle in third. Say like Nilsson's out in front with the backstroke, doing really good, looking really smooth. Johnson lane 3 right behind her. We'll see what she does on this first 50. One of the things in the 4IM is you want to have a nice negative split for 50. So the first 50's slow, well not slow, but the second 50 is faster than the first one. Nelson with an increased lead on the breaststroke and backstroke. Doyle and Johnson are now fighting out. Doyle catching up a little bit on the breaststroke. She kept catching a couple little glances, looking over. She wants that second place finish, you know it. Nelson still with the commanding lead though. Nelson coming in for this last 100, touching out a 4:45.40. Johnson coming in under the flags. About to turn for freestyle as well. Doyle right behind her. But Nelson all the way. Nelson's cooking. Nilsson coming in with the finish. Coming in for the finish, it's Nelson. Touching with a 6:08.34. Behind her is Johnson coming in. She's going to touch with a 6:16.66. And Doyle finishing third with a 6:26.53. Championship final. In lane 1, we got Everett Gassman from Cottonwood Heights. Lane 2, Tion Sonaro from Utah Valley Aquatics. Lane 3, Caliendo Marcus. From Cache Valley. Lane 4, Mert Hatcher from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 5, Justin Tao from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 6, Leonard Kai, Wasatch Front. Lane 7, Tyler Jordan from Cottonwood Heights. Lane 8, Franco St. Gior from Swim Salt Lake Legends. Coming off the first 50, it's Sonamuro and Caliendo right there. Then there's Mert Hatcher coming out in third on the butterfly. Right next to him is his training partner, Justin Tao. Expect to see those two later on in the race. Caliendo gaining a slight lead over Sonamura. Mert and Justin moving up a little bit. Flipping first at the backstroke is Caliendo with a 151, Sonamura with a 152. Mert with a 153 and going into third. Tao with a 154. Lane 3 touching first Caliendo for the halfway mark. See what can happen on this breaststroke. St. Gior out here on the outside touching second. Lane 8. moving up into the first position. Mert Hatcher catching up just a little bit. Touching first is St. Gior out here in line 8 with the outside smoke. Hatchard and Caliendo are moving up together. Same with Kai out in lane 6. The breaststroke leg of the IM is one of the most crucial ones, and that's where a lot of things can happen. St. Gior turning first, trying to bring home. Kai in 6, Emmett Hatchard and Caliendo out in 3 and 4, battling it out for third. St. Gior holding on for the lead. Looking like Sonamaro is going to be, or Caliendo is going to take second. Emmett Hatcher trying to get into the third position. It's going to be first St. Gior. Hatcher taking third, out touching Kai, and Caliendo taking second. Coming through this first 50, it's Schultzer with the butterfly. Coming in second is Stafford. And outside on the outside is Lou with the outside smoke. Could be a potential upset. Lane 4 is absolutely cooking right now. They're totally cracked. Really good swimmer right there. Lane 4, Stafford. Ooh, but lane 3 might be cooking a little more. Ah, wait, lane 1. Lane 1 with the outside smoke. Cooking on the outside. No one sees him coming. Lou's going big and long here. Nice big strokes. Really powerful. As he makes his way to the halfway mark, he's going to touch at a 2:42.62 as he makes his way to the breaststroke. Hattigan and Stafford touching right behind him at 45 and 46. Hopefully he can maintain his lead and not get too caught. Coming into this final 50, it's still Lau out here on the outside, absolutely cooking the field with the outside smoke. No one really saw him coming. And in second is Moore in lane 6. But Lau's running away with it right here. Making a lot of ground, pushing out from everybody else. Touching first is Lau with a 5:33.85. And coming in second is Moore with a 5:44.03. Up next is our third and final heat of the boys 400 IM. In lane 2, we have Ken Stapley from Olympus Aquatics. Lane 3, Anthony Nares from Hilltop Aquatics. Lane 4, Trey Jordan from Cottonwood Heights. Lane 5, Oscar Astle from Olympus Aquatics. And lane 6, Ethan Tao from Olympus Aquatics. Taking it out with the lead right here is Oscar Astle. He's absolutely cooking this, John. Right next to him is Justin Tao trying to keep up. And over there is Jordan and Nevarez and Stapley. Let's see. Trout's going to come into the wall. He's going to hit with 1:14.0 flat on the dot. Pushes off nice underwaters. Good backstroke tempo. That's some good form right there. And Justin Tao looking smooth as well as behind him. Jordan right there with him as well. But Oscar Astle running away with it. Showing him why he's the GOAT. He's got a little group of fans down there cheering him on, encouraging him, pushing him to do his best. He flips at a 1:55.38 with a 41.38 as a backstroke split. That's pretty good. Tao touching behind with a 2:02.18, 43.23 with the 50 split. 45.83 for Jordan. Trout extending his lead further as he comes into the halfway mark. It's hard to keep everyone in frame with Oscar doing so well. Hits the halfway mark at a 2:37.05. Hits a nice breaststroke underwater pull, and he's off. He's going. I don't know why he's looking at something. Keep going. Right behind him is Justin Tao with a 2:45 at the halfway mark. He moves on to the breaststroke along with Jordan and Nevarez, but Nevarez has caught up to Jordan on the backstroke leg. Oscar out here, though, extending his lead, cooking all their buns, so doing pretty good. Trout's going to touch the wall with a 3:22.98 as he moves on with a 45.93 as the 50 breaststroke split. That's pretty good. Justin Tao coming up right behind him. Hopefully they can go 1-2. Trout's moving up into the first position quite nicely and try to really show dominant performance on this 400 IM. Trout turning for his final 100 with a 4:07.98. He's cruising along, passing his fellow competitors. Justin Tao comes in for his final turn as well. But Trout's gone. Finessed. Justin Tao turns 4:30.89. Pretty solid split. Jordan turns right after him. Trout's cooking this, John. Let's see, what's his time? Oh, okay. Hits the wall with a 4:44.78, 36.80 on the 50 freestyle split. He's coming home, he's charging. He's looking good, looking strong, feeling strong. Come on, finish, Trout. Out there is Justin Tao. He's still swimming pretty good. I think he's going to split 5:09 right here with the freestyle. 5:10. Oh, but it's Trout all the way. Everyone else is gone. He's cooking, comes into the wall, and he finishes. 5:18.79. Beautiful. Magnificent. Then you got Justin Tao coming along. He's going to take a nice little second place. Cheeky dub finish. Jordan's looking pretty good too. Justin Tao is going to come in for 5:50.38. And that concludes the prelim session of the Utah Age Group Championship. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. We'll see you guys later tonight. Want to welcome everybody on the live stream. It's me, Abe Astle, your host, of course. We're back with another banger. This is our first night of the Utah Age Group Championship. It's our finals, and we're starting off with the girls 10 and under 200 freestyle, and I'll be underway in about 3 minutes here. 3 minutes.